Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? We're still figuring out everything with this new mic, so I noticed that I was I was pretty low in the last stream, so I'm hoping that my volume's a bit better. Hi, Zeph. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I think this does sound better, at least with me listening back a little bit. Okay. Mic sounds good? Perfect. Crap. I meant to turn on low latency so there would be less of a delay. Shit. Oh well. I'll have to do that next time. Shit. It is what it is. You're doing well? That's good. I don't think I can turn that on midstream, so it is what it is. I think that's like with the bitrate where I'd have to restart the stream. Surely it's fine. Yeah, surely it's fine. Oh, so the chat is working. Okay, cool. Oh man, that's low. 1 second. Why is it showing up all the way down there? Chat? What are you doing? Jeez. Alright. Well, it'll just be there for now. It's fine. I'll move it up a little bit later. How's everybody's day going? I hope pretty well. I wasn't sure how exactly we're gonna quite outfit this stream, or like what we can do in terms of the background for this stream. I was meaning to put up more things. Yeah, chat's just not quite working. That's weird. I'm still trying to get how to work this specific window. It's not catching up with the rest of chat. Why? Okay. I'll just try and refresh that. In terms of what I do for a background, we have a couple of options. I played around a little bit with potentially pulling up my Google Docs on stream, but I'm a little worried that I might dox myself. Also, Ren, I think your stream pings in the server might be broken unless it's just a me issue. Okay. If you want to make a note in the server, or just remind me later if you don't mind, Zeph, or DM me. I'll talk to Toxic about it. I'll see. Oh, it's probably because my link changed because I changed my name. I'll ask Toxic about that. Toxic's the one who knows how to fix that. I may have a server, but like, Toxic is the one who handles all the server. Yeah, because I changed my name from Geneva Ren 38 to just Geneva Ren. So I think that's probably why, is it's not linking to the right. Actually, I'll just throw the proper link in the announcements. Let me just grab the link quickly. Gonna mute myself hopefully before I start to hear background. Come on. Come on. Okay, it's already muted. Good. I did also clean out my PC before I started stream in hopes that it stops doing its weird freezing thing, and that seems to be working a little bit better, which is good. I hadn't cleaned the dust out of it for a little while, so that's probably my fault. But yeah, at the risk of sounding too nerdy, I do have an Excel sheet I can pull up, and we can talk about things that way. Or I figured we could do the writing Q&A, talk a little bit more about writing when hopefully more people get in here. If not, we can just chill. And then once we're through talking about the writing thing, I have a couple of tier lists I can go through of just different MCYT characters, and we can discuss and chat about them. I also have a fanfiction trope tier list that I could go through that I thought would be kind of funny. Excel sheets, I know. You're gonna see in just a moment. Don't you worry. I feel like all my friends are obsessed with Excel sheets, and I might get on that train too. Yeah, so the thing, okay, this is hilarious, but this is how I'm using my school knowledge. So technically, back when I went to school for being an environmental technician, we had a class about Excel sheets, and I had to learn how to use Excel sheets, and that was literally an entire class I had for a semester. And now I'm turning around and I'm using that knowledge to literally make an entire Excel sheet of all my fanfiction writing so far. Like, that's wild. Okay. Actually, oh, okay, so chat it is working. It's just a little bit delayed, but it's working. Okay. We can work on that a little bit more later, but cool. Nice, I'm glad. As you should. Yeah. All right. I may as well get it pulled up, and hopefully it's going to work for me. Okay. Think it should be pulled up? Nice. Okay. So. Oh, but my follower goal's covering the top. Okay. We can hide that for a moment. So this is my Excel sheet. I spent many hours doing this. But this is essentially the writing of everything I've done so far in this universe. While I've been in MCYT. Yeah. So I ended up like listing out the total amount of POVs I've written. I am keeping an eye on their accomplishments, like how many hits they got, and I try and keep that updated. And the kudos for over 100. And then what fandoms I've written for. So it's pretty good. And then at the bottom I have a whole work in progress list, but yeah. I just this is kind of hilarious to me. Hello Titan. How are you? I hope you're doing well. God, I need to clear Chatterino of some of my mod buttons. I don't really use all of them that much anymore. We'll see. Chat is... yeah, it's just stuck near the bottom of the screen. I'm not sure why. I don't know if I can move it. Why it's just not showing that bottom message. I'll have to fight with that later. Ah, that's not what I meant to do. That's fine. We'll just deal with that later. Oh, and of course. Okay. I'm good. That's good. Glad to hear that. But yeah. Can you tell when I joined Fic Fight? Because this is my... So, the problem with this number here, though, is this is counting all of Nightmare, which I wrote basically over June and July, I think. So, I'm doing the word count by the date I finished it, but that's not technically how much I wrote in the month, so it's a little inaccurate, but it's fine. Man. I remember original Fic Fight, though. That was so much fun. I'm so glad Fig Fight's back, guys. It's such a good time. But yeah. And Jesus, what an I think I remember why I wrote so much in November as well. Fig Fight 2022, my beloved. Yeah. Zeph, would that have been about the time that we started to talk, or would it have been a little bit after that? I can't remember. This is such a fun spreadsheet. I might have to make one. Yeah. Yeah, actually, it was a lot of fun to put together. And look, I did write for him at one point, but this is character Wilbur's POV, all right. I think maybe a bit after. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, because these four were all Fic Fight contributions, I'm pretty sure. This was also technically when I would have started my cafe AU, but I didn't finish writing that until last year. I think maybe we became moots through Fic Fight, because I remember following a lot of people because of Fic Fight. Yeah, I think at least I remember starting to talk to you because of Zephyrus, like, I can't remember. The one who had the pig PFP and was like a Schlatt and techno fan. I remember you two shared a name, and I saw you in the replies a bunch, and then we just started to chat, and I think it kind of took off from there. Yeah, I know who you mean. Yeah. So this column should also technically include, you make sure I always see the daylight. That should be in here too. But that was one of my first multi-chapters that I kind of picked up and kept writing. I wrote like one for each holiday for a little while. I think it must have been like September, October that year. Yeah, that makes sense. That checks out. But I remember Jesus, I wrote how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I wrote 11 fics in November of 2022. That's pretty insane. Although I'm pretty sure, I think I remember some of these were prompts I asked for. Like, I asked for people to give me a song, and I wrote an entire story based off it. What happened in November? Yeah, so I think it was, I posted a post, and I said, this was about the time that I was just like, fuck it, I'll write something, I'll just do all in one go. I'll write it in one sitting. I'll barely edit it, I'll post it, because I was finding myself too much getting trapped in my perfectionism, where I'd sit down and I wouldn't think the writing was good enough, and then I'd agonize over it for like a week. So this was me forcing myself out of that habit. And I'm pretty sure I put up a post asking for people to drop me songs that they wanted me to write a prompt based off. And that's what I did. That's so fair. Yeah. Some of my favorites are in here too. There's a couple in here that I wish got more hits, but I kind of understand why they didn't. It's a little bit cut off at the top, I'm just realizing, but I'll read them out. I cut off so much of the top because paranoia. A couple of my favorites. We could do like favorites out of the months I've written. That could be a fun little discussion. I mean, if we start right at the beginning, A White Orchid Broken in the Rain. That was my first like big fic I wrote. It's a rain duo fic that I wrote before the apology streams that happened. And I meant like as in the finale streams. My favorite from this month, probably Blinded by Imperfect Form. Man, like a couple of these at the very beginning, I think I can still reread and feel pretty proud of, and this would be one of them. This one is my Eternal Duo Wither Cult backstory that I wrote, and this is the one that Toxic and I started talking because I used one of their headcanons in it, of Erit playing the lyre, I believe. I'll be right beside you. That one's good. I really like that one. That was meant to be a comfort one, and I'm still fond of that one. Tell me, did you fall for a shooting star? That fic, I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna finish. I'm not gonna lie. That one was, I was doing a complete alternate universe, but the characters that were involved in it, I don't want to write anymore. So that's basically been on an indefinite hiatus. I'm not sure if I'll ever finish it. We can look. This one was fun. So this might have been actually around the time I remember us talking a lot about it, but K-Drabbles held a Halloween event, and they had a fic week that you could write for, that they had 7 different prompts for, and then I wrote it all in one story. That one was fun. But yeah, it's fucking wild to me that I wrote 250,000 in fics in 2022. Like, Jesus, what was I on? So yeah, if you can't tell what the columns are, this is like the word count of the month. Or like, this is the word count of each fic. This is how much I wrote in the month. And then this is how much I wrote in that year. Man. You know, I mean, everyone knows about the DSMP resurgence that's happening. I can feel the peer pressure love, like the peer pressure duo love coming back for me. Because I loved that duo so much as a characters. They were so sweet, and this is the alternate ending I wrote for them, where they revive Rambu, and they live happily ever after. Please, this is just too good to be gone. I think Just Breathe by Pearl Jam. That's the main theme of that fic. I'm pretty sure. Real, yeah. Peer pressure duo is so much fun. They are. And that's I kind of started in the fandom because of peer pressure and Emerald Duo, right? I was low-key a peer pressure duo main. That's so fair. I was definitely Boreal Trio for a long time. And then it kind of went into Syndicate and eventually SBI. And now I'm back in kind of Syndicate. It's funny because like the moment QSMP ended, I'm like, all right, it's a little too painful for me to like watch VODs still. So I just went back to watching techno VODs. Like I'm fully in the techno and hermitcraft phase again, and then probably in like a year or two I'll be like, oh, but I miss like QFill, and then I'll jump back into my QSMP fixation. I feel like it's never gonna end. Oh. Speaking of M Duo, I found Peace in Your Violence. That one was a really fun one. Shine a Light in the Dark, Let Me See Where You Are. That's an M Duo piece I wrote based out of SMP Earth. It was a little fluff piece. Also, I'm pretty sure it's still the shortest fic I've ever wrote in terms of a word count. Which is interesting. I've the future that we've left to die. This is my Last of Us fic. I've actually, it's been a heavy consideration over the past little bit for me to rewrite that. I'm debating trading out Wilbur's character and instead making it Selbit and making it a blood duo fic. I feel like that might fit really well, actually. It would just be a huge undertaking of rewriting it, but I hate the fact that fic got... Yeah, I love that one so much. Thank you, Titan. I'm really proud of that one still. If you do that, I would happily read it. Yeah, I've really debated it. That would be so cool. It's... I don't know. I poured like about 6 months of my life into that story. Like literally. I'm pretty sure I came up with the idea and it took me 6 months to write it. And now it didn't age well, and I don't like taking work down, and I much prefer to leave it up, but I wish that one got more love. and I'm debating changing out Wilbur for Selbit because it would work. It would be a fun rare pair, and maybe that story could get a bit more love again if I just re-released it. Yeah, fair. I feel that. Yeah, rewriting is really hard. Yeah, cuz like I don't know. I'm too much of a lover of like archiving history, I suppose. I hate to see it get deleted, which is why I didn't remove any of my stories. I just added disclosures to them. And obviously, I mean, the character, this was going to come up while we were talking about writing, anyways. I think I've gotten to the point that the character is separated enough from me that it doesn't bother me as much to go back and look through it. Like, I can think of it separate enough, but I understand why some people can't. Like, I totally get it. So, it is what it is. But yeah, that might see a rewrite. If you ever see me re-release that fic, it's probably because I rewrote it. I've heavily debated it because I love The Last of Us 1. Like, that game was such a formative game for me in terms of my gameplay career. It sounds hilarious to say it like that, but I can't think of any other way to phrase it. But like I watched so much of the Last of Us content, the first one. Like, I've seen all of Markiplier's playthrough, I've seen all of Jacksepticeye's, I've seen all of Rambu's. Like, I love the first game to death. The second one, we don't talk about the second one. we just don't. We just don't. No, thank you. But yeah, this is my cafe AAU. You make sure I always see the daylight. That's the one that still has, that one holds the record for the most amount of hits on my AO3. I think last time I checked it's at 4.2k, which is pretty cool. I really like that one. That's just a fluff piece that I thought was only going to be 3 parts, and then I wrote a couple more afterwards surrounding holidays. I really like that one. I did mark it as completed, I think, last year because I just didn't have much more motivation to add another chapter to it, and I thought it wrapped up at a good point. But that one was fun. I liked that one a lot. And May, so it's nowhere near my November of 2022, but I went pretty insane writing things in May. And, you know, I think I know why, because this is when QSMP started coming out, and I wrote, like, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I wrote 5 QSMP fics. Because breathing just to survive, it's time to bring us back to life. The walls kept tumbling down, the city that we loved. Our past lives return onto a way. I am the beast that survived. And chant the tales and legends told, strengthened by the hymns of old. I think this is my favorite title I've ever chosen for a fic. This is the one that was Filza telling Cheyenne and Lula about Uncle Techno and like the different experiences. And I wrote it based off like if he was telling them stories before bed. That's kind of how I did that one. I really like that one. I think out of this month, that one would be my favorite. If a moment is all we are, that one's good too. That's Crime Boys. I really liked the symbolism I wrote in that one. But my pirate one as well. Sail with us and we'll show you what it means to be alive. My techno pirate fic. I like that one too. That one's based off, crap. What is the EP? I think it's Lost by Finn. It's a 4-part story based off all 4 parts. The first end, I'm wondering if this might be the only Jen Lost fic I ever write. Gentleness in the absence of violence, despite the abundance of it. I don't know if I'll ever write another Jen Lost, because like I was really into Jen Lost for a little while, and then I don't know, just kind of faded away. It has a really cool premise. I'm definitely keeping an eye on the project going forward, but I don't feel the need to create content for it, if that makes sense. I'll be here throughout your days. This one's a particularly special one to me. One of my oldest friends in this space. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. I'll be here throughout your days is based off a thread fic one of my oldest fans, or one of my oldest friends in this space wrote. Oh god, Skeleton Rebel on Twitter. I just know them as Icy, so I honestly forget what their handle is, but I credit them in this fic, obviously. But this was C Techno's retirement arc, how they saw it, and I just gave my own twist to it. It's funny, I think I was going back through and I realized, like, Zeph is probably the person I think I've gifted the most amount of fics to, because I keep writing things based off the prompts you've posted before, or the things we've talked about. That's pretty fantastic, to be honest. No. Like this one, One Bullet in the Chamber. My vigilante fireworks duo fic. I really like this one still too. I'm very proud. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised you've gifted me so many. It's so cool. Well, you keep giving me cool ideas, so there, I guess. Thread fics, you will always be famous. Yeah. I would write more of them, but like I can't do the character limit. I keep meaning to read that one, One Bullet in the Chamber, My Beloved. Yeah. Yeah, I really love this one. Like, I think despite everything, sorry, I'll stop giving you inspiration. Oh, just you wait. I am seeking you out the moment those prompts drop in Fic Fight. Like, you're literally number one on my list. Get ready. Like, but One Bullet in the Chamber is my vigilante Tubbo fic, where he meets basically the crime side of the city. So he meets villain Techno, essentially. And then, yeah, it's very good. It's very sweet. Same. I'm glad we're on the same page. Yeah, it's like, I'm coming for you, / affectionate. Like, you're on the list. Get ready. I'm basically just gonna write a list of all my friends that I can find on the spreadsheet, and then you're like at the top, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, One Bullet in the Chamber, Titan. I can't recommend this one enough. I think even like whenever the hell I end up leaving fanfiction, which at this point probably isn't for a while, but it will happen eventually, I'll always be fond of this one. This one, I think this is one I could actually turn around and probably turn into its own little novel if I really wanted to. Might be a fun idea, because I do have 2 fics that I have listed as potentially turning into novels, and one of them is already half done. It would just be a matter of finishing it. But out of that month, I think, yeah, One Bullet in the Chamber is probably my favorite. But If the World Wants You Gone, We Will Fight the World, that's also a good one. I don't think that's my favorite Q-Philza fic I've ever written, though. I also can't recommend it enough. Totally isn't biased. I'm glad. That one, yeah, that one's very special to me. It's also written based off a banger song that if I had a splitter, I'd play it on stream, but I don't have a splitter. That's not something that has been looked into yet. We'll see. Oh, hey, look. Here's the fic that I wrote last fic fight for you, Zeph. Fly along with me, I can't quite make it alone. That's my Q Quackity and Q Phil fic, which actually, it is very close to hitting 1,000 hits, which is insane. It's like, it's less than 50 away, I'm pretty sure. I think last I checked it might even be less than 10, which is pretty awesome. That one, yeah, I like that one too. This one was one I wrote for Kay. Everything you thought you knew will fall apart, but you'll be all right. That one's good. BRB reading that one 50 times. That one's good. That's a character Wilbur SBI fic, but I like it still. A Drop of Water in Endless Sea. This is actually, I kind of want to shout this one out. This one's pretty underrated. It didn't get as many hits as I thought it would. This one is a Charlie Slimeskull, Q Charlie fic that I wrote based off his birthday stream where he sees like Code Flipa for the first time. It didn't, yeah, I don't know. It never quite got the clicks I thought it would have, but it's still good. I like that one. You Won't Be Forgotten, Not Again. So this is my Siren Erit fic that actually is first on the list for me, or no, it would be second on the list for me, I guess, to turn into a novel. Because it was a Siren Erit discovering themselves, and I thought it had a really cool concept. And I could build a lot into the world building that I didn't give much chance to do. It's already 13,000 words. Like, I can do some rewriting there and get it longer. This is probably my favorite Q Phil fic, though. So out of August, what would be my favorite in August? I'll Tend to the Flame, You Can Worship the Ashes. That was an M Duo fic at a DSMP where Techno breaks Phil at a house arrest. I wrote that scene again because I wrote it back in my longest fic I ever wrote, Nightmare. That one, oh. Nightmare's surprising me right now. So Nightmare is one I wrote all the way back, and this is the one that I wrote over the course of July into August, and I've posted literally the day of Fic Fight so I could start Fic Fight because I want to just get it done. But Nightmare, it's climbing in hits. Like I guess the DSMP resurgence is real because this is the one I went absolutely insane with my first like proper lore retell, and it ended up hitting like 73,000 words. And I wrote that in like a month and a half. But this is the one that I wrote for the time period of between Tommy running away from exile up to his death to Dream in prison on the DSMP. And I wrote it from Bench Trio's point of view, so it was like glimpses of each specific lore setting up until that point. And I don't know. This one, like, it sat at around 300 hits for the longest time, and then last I checked, it's like 650 now, so I guess DSMP resurgence is real. But yeah, I think this one is my favorite Q Phil fic I've written. I could go back through and like give specific ones for favorites I've written from POVs. We could do that later. But The Wise Crow's Been Fooled, A Cage for a Cage. Yeah, I like that one. That one was based off the lore event where he encases the Federation building in lava on the QSMP with Fit and Tubbo. Very, very good. I think that was the first time I ever wrote Code Breakers as well, because the Twirl is in this one. I'll Be Home for Christmas, just straight up fluff. It's Cage for a Cage lore went crazy. Yeah, oh, hello. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Cage for a Cage lore did really go insane. Like, that was so good. Like, I'll always be really fond of that specific lore point with Q Filza. I think it was fantastic. I think I wanted to see more vengeful Filza. I need that in my life. Like, I saw it described the other day as like, the reason M Duo works so well is they're both very chaotic, but Techno's held back with a sense of honor where Filza will straight up do it for the bit. And I think that's amazing. That's such a perfect description of them. And like, I need to see more unhinged Filza. I think he plays fantastic unhinged characters, and we need more of that. Yes, please. But yeah, I'll Be Home for Christmas was just Bolas arriving back, because this was about the time that we weren't sure what was happening with Bolas, whether they were all going to make it back. So I just broke canon and wrote them all coming back and being comforted. That one's good. This is officially the last Wilbur fic I ever wrote. That's Wilbur POV. Yeah. It is what it is, right? This is my first time writing Hyde Duo. Stay a while. What is it? Stay a while and maybe then you'll see a different side of me. Yeah. Hyde Duo took over my life. Jesus Christ. And I'm still writing them. It's going between Philza Techno and Hyde Duo right now, I think. Let's see. What Impossible Means, A Leap of Faith. This one, a lot of people really like this one. This one was my Foolish and Philza fic that I, again, broke canon when Phil did his running leap off the wall with his whole lore about his wings being broken and Tallulah fished him out. I changed it so Tallulah ran to get her Tio Foolish, and Foolish got him out of the water and rescued him, and they had a chat. It was a really good one. This one was written to the what Phil calls Phil's theme song. What is it? The Melting Point of Wax, I believe. It's very, very good. May have lost our sanity. We have not lost our humanity. That's my Bolas lore retell fic. This one I think was written over the course of December through January. Yes, Melting Point of Wax. Yeah. What is it? It's thrice something? I can't remember. It is a little funny looking back because it's like August, September, and then December. Like I just had a 3-month period there where I just wasn't. I think I was writing my own original writing. And then I went back into fan fiction again. I think so. Yeah. I can't remember exactly. But then I jumped right back into writing in January. Jesus. But yeah, we may have lost our sanity. We have not lost our humanity. I think this one is officially hit second most hits I have on my AO3 now, which is very, very cool. Oh my god, Team Bolas. I miss Team Bolas. That was like, as much of hell that purgatory was, Team Bolas was such a fun time. And I always meant to go back and like rewatch Soulfire's point of view, but I haven't done that yet. And then The One Thing You Leave Behind is How Did You Love. This is written to one of my favorite Shinedown songs, How Did You Love. It's a very, very good song. Another Hyde Duo fic. This one, I think, oh god, I can't even remember. I think Fit offhandedly mentioned that he used to play guitar or something like that, so I wrote him playing guitar in this and made it a huge part of that story. And I really like that story. I think if I'm looking back on the month of January, One Thing would be my favorite that I wrote. Nowhere for You to Hide, The Hunter's Moon is Shining. This was my Chainsaw Killers / Q Philza fic. Like the point of views, because it started out with Selbit's point of view and then it switched to Philza. It was based off like the one and only conversation basically archivists had when the spawn point changed. Ugh. It hurts a little bit to talk about because I miss QSMP so much, but I don't know. I've also kind of been enjoying having more free time, not feeling as caught up in the fixation and feeling like I'm falling behind on streams. I think it's been better. The Whispers of a Reckoning kept the spirits beckoning. My Chai fic, Cheyenne. Basically, it was the moment that Phil confirmed that Techno would have been helping Chai in the fic in the event when he got possessed by the Ender King. I was like, well, time to write something, and I did. For My Wild Eyes, When Will We Finally Breathe? This was me missing Eternal Duo, and I wrote Eternal Duo, and then Q Foolish. Ugh, Eternal Duo. I think like they'll always be up there in terms of my favorite duos that we sadly never learned too much about, but that leaves more space for us to, go crazy, I guess. Out of that month, though, I think my favorite is Artificial Skies. Or Artificial Stars on Eclipse Skies. That was another high dual one. Where I wrote Q-Pack going to save Fit from Bacchus. Bacchus? I think that's how you say it. Yeah. That was a good time. This one, oh, I think this was written like I'd written it. I think this one was like the 1 year anniversary of the eggs, I believe. Yeah, April, that makes sense. You are a constant, always in the edges in the sky, and that makes everything. This was, again, non-canon, but it was about basically a healing arc for everybody on the island. I think my point of view with QSMP is very similar to DSMP, where I've written a lot of my own endings, and I now think that that's the canon ending because the other ones make me a little too sad, especially Fit and High Duo. I'm too sad if I think about the true canon ending, so I've kind of not Pavloved, but tricked myself into thinking my own writing is the canon ending, and I think I'm happier like that, to be honest. That's definitely my favorite one I wrote in May, when the waves turn the minutes to hours. Tragic, tragic, tragic fic. If you believe it hard enough, it will simply become canon. Yeah, you get me, Zeph. Source bro, trust me. Yeah, exactly. Me with C Bedrock Bros, canon is fake if you ignore it enough. Yeah, I saw that thread of people talking about it being like, well, they weren't actually brothers. And I'm like, yeah, I'm aware, but I'm also a fanfic writer. So I like breaking that canon and making things feel a little bit better in my brain, But yeah, when the waves turn the minutes to hours, that one, I'm so proud of that one. That's the second one. Sorry, that's not the second one. That's the one that's first on priority whenever I get around to finishing rewriting it into an actual novel with original characters. I think that one's going to be a fun time. That was the one I was attempting to binge write in June or May, I think. And I didn't end up getting, oh no, it would have been June. I didn't quite get as far as I thought, but I got over halfway of the word goal, so that's still pretty good. Yeah, these two are also non-canon endings to characters on QSMP. If there's ever a day when I'm not there, I'll always be with you anywhere. That was me writing all the dragons, like all the dragon children hatching and flying away. Made it a little bit more pleasant, I guess. I live in his heart and he lives in mine. Again, non-canon high duo ending because I can't stand the fact that they were so fucking tragic. I know the gays love a tragedy, but I'm also really tired of loving tragic characters and loving watching their development and then it getting stunted by death. Like, I don't know. I've seen it too much, I actually had hope for that, and then everything came out, which is justified, but it's still like everything came out and it didn't quite end the way I wanted it to. Never fade in the dark. Remember, you always burn as bright. This one. So this is my techno and palm fic. The gays need happy endings too. Balance it out. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can only have so much tragedy and not balance it out by like fluff and happiness. Like, you need the fluff and the happiness to make the tragedy hit harder, but I'm just so tired of having very sad endings. I don't know. I do really appreciate how Fit did his ending, especially after how he explained it. I think it makes total sense, but Techno and Palm, yeah. So this one, Never Fade in the Dark, Remember You Always Burn as Bright. This one is written to The Light Behind Your Eyes by My Chemical Romance. And it was for Techno's birthday. He convinced the Death Goddess to let him show up on the QSMP. And it was centered around Techno and Palm. I think it was for an event. Why am I struggling to remember exactly? Oh yeah, it was for Voices for the Blade. Yeah, a couple of these fics are for Voices for the Blade. That would have been, which one? Breathe in the Air, Don't Be Afraid to Care. That's a Voices for the Blade fic. What was the other one? What's my other Voices fic? Can't remember. Because I think I wrote 3. One second. I'm about to go look it up. Because I was 90% sure I wrote 3. Oh, I know what it is. Voices for the Blade. I ended up picking up, they needed a pitch hitter because somebody ended up dropping out. So I rush wrote a chapter, or 1 chapter, and then it ended up turning into a 3-chapter fic. That's right. But it was my Death Duo Elven fic where they were raising their Dragon Shifter Sun Techno. That one was a lot of fun. What was it? Yeah, this one. I had been lost to you, sunlight, and flew like a moth to you. I only meant for it to be 2 chapters because the event organizer was like, okay, well, if you get 1 chapter out by the time of the due date, that's all we need. And I'm like, done, I can do that. And then it got to be so much bigger than I planned. Which sounds very similar to all my writing, but yeah. So this would have been the first one. And then Breathe in the Air, Don't Be Afraid to Care, and then Never Fade in the Dark. Yeah. But Never Fade in the Dark, this one was the one, I'm still so touched by this. This one got featured in the Techno Tweet News, that that one-off they did for his birthday month. Ugh, I still have the screenshot somewhere. I'm pretty sure. It's still, oh my god, that touches my heart that happened. I still don't know who recommended that or how that happened, but it got put in the Techno Tweet News, and I thought that was really, really sweet. But this one was focusing on techno and palm. And I really need to write more of that duo. Actually, that one was a lot of fun. And another high duo fic. I spent so long writing platonic, I guess, like, I forgot how much I enjoyed writing romance, and then high duo came along, and I'm like, all right, perfect. So that can be writing romance, my romance fixation, and then everything else can be platonic. Done. And found family. But this one, Wedding Bells and Explosives. Yeah, this one was fun. This one was literally just me being like, I haven't written anything gay for Pride Month. Damn it. Well, high duo wedding. These little wonders, these twists of turns of fate. My Syndicate Baking AU. I gotta write more Syndicate. Someone remind me to write more Syndicate, please. Like, just please. Because, like, this was literally just me being like, fuck it. Syndicate Baking AU, because I missed them. Yeah, Syndicate. This was literally just me being like, I miss them. Oh, I will remind you. Don't even worry. Good. Please do. I need to write more techno and Nikki, I've realized. I barely have anything written. Like, I like doing my fics where it's surrounding one specific duo and then I can mix in some other duos around it, or it's like one specific core group. And I realized I never wrote something surrounding techno and Nikki. And I think I need to do that. Like, that just feels like that has to happen. Techno and Nikki are so, yeah. One of my favorite duos ever. I adore their dynamic so much. Me too. Like, I think I slept on that a lot. Like, not slept on, but I didn't realize it quite as much until, like, a week ago. And I'm like, shit, I never really wrote them. I should do that. So, that's on the list. I think that's in my writing notebook. That'll be something I'll probably try and do for Fic Fight. My problem is that I keep only writing them. Yeah. I think my problem is I have too many characters I like to write for. If you can't tell by the POV list along the bottom here, like we'll get to that. Like, but yeah. Phoenix Ash and Dark Divine. So this was another one that I sat on for several months. That was my Bolas rescue mission, where Phil goes back to save Bagheera and Selbit. Is that really a problem though, Titan? It's true. Um, oh yeah, Titan, you wrote me something Nikki and Techno based for last Fic Fight, I think. I'm so terrible. I feel so bad. I have everybody's things they've ever written me for Fic Fight, and I think I've only gotten through like 3 of them. I'm terrible because like I spend so much time writing and then I just don't actually have the focus to sit down and read, and I'm hoping with me fixing my ADHD, or not fixing, but getting the ADHD symptoms under control, I can actually get back into reading again, because I used to read all the time as a kid, and now I haven't picked up a book in like 2 years, other than on my Kindle, but those are just shorter pieces. I don't know. But anyway, A Phoenix's Ash and Dark Divine. This one, yeah. This was, I think my biggest disappointment for QSMP was the fact that we never got that Phil going back to save Selbit and Bagheera from Purgatory with Richess and Palm. I mean, I totally understand why things ended up going down the way they did. That was base. That should have happened. But, like, I regret the fact that we never saw that arc, so I wrote it. And I mixed in Phil's Ender King lore into that fic as well. To evolutionize, one must crumble at the seams. This one. Yeah, this one. This was my first attempt at writing Chaos Twins, so Foolish and Jaden on QSMP. And it was non-canon Foolish finding out Bad Boy Halo was killing Jaden over and over again the one day for points and just loses it. Like, one of my favorite things to write about is literally just characters. The fun, like, funny loving characters that are nice and they have, like, they're funny and they're sarcastic, and then you push one button wrong and they just snap, and I think that's fun time. I think it's a really good fun thing to write anyways. Kick at the Darkness though, Bleeds Daylight. This one, I think this might be my favorite high duo fic I've written. I'm fond of the spaces between my fingers, alright, where yours fit perfectly, but Kick at the Darkness feels very, very good. So yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be posting anything else for July, so July actually might be rivaling my November. Yeah. Well, I have so much trouble counting this because of Nightmare. I think it's closer to 40,000 words I would have written here, so I don't think this really counts. So I think actually over July I've written the most that I ever have for fan fiction, which is pretty insane. It's all these like really long ones, right? But yeah. So yeah, total stories written. I'm approaching 100. I don't know what I'm gonna do for 100, but it's coming. And then I have a couple, like, the work in progresses I have written into documents I have down here with their current word count. Star Rosa Isle, which was my Stardew Aimsy fic that I haven't updated in like 3 months, but it's there. I'm thinking about it. It's still there. I just haven't actually sat down to write the next chapter yet. And then Dream of Life Again, a little vision of the start and the end. That is going to be this work in progress I'm doing. Oh my god, the Stardew Aimsy fic. Yeah, I wrote like, I think 3 chapters of it, and I have this whole plan for it, but I'm so absolutely terrible about keeping up with multi-chapters. I don't know what it is. Like, I get too much into my own head about it, and then I don't go back and write it, and I don't let myself fixate on it for long enough, if that makes sense. I really want to finish it though. No, I feel that. Yeah, like there's... Oh, where is it? This is gonna bother me to show the date, but where is it? There was one I wrote... Yeah, I always feel like I have to finish it all at once, basically, right? I'm so bad about putting that pressure on myself. I'm trying to find... There was one I wrote near... I think it was... Oh, God. Why can't I find it now? I might have to look it up. 1 second. Because there's an unfinished one I have that's been... Oh my god. Let's see. God, it's coming up on 2 years since I've updated this one. Okay, so it was in 2022. It was November. Oh, maybe... I don't think I put it in here. That's right, because I haven't... it should be down in the work in progresses. Right. Because anything that I hadn't finished or I was going to attempt to finish hasn't been included within the chart yet. Okay. So there was this one from back in November of 2022, right around the end of when everything went down with the Dream SMP. I was rewriting the ending for, and it's called I'm Only the Monster You Made Me. And it was going to be an Eric POV fic. And I have, it's literally, it was going to be 3 chapters. I have the second one half written. I just haven't gone back to actually finish it, and it's going on 2 years. Like, I need to at this point. It's always in the back of my head, and I know basically there's probably nobody who currently reads my writing that would keep up with that. But like, still, it's there. It's bothering me. This isn't including any of my writing from this year, by the way. So I've written 500,000 for MCYT. That's insane. And I think, who is it? Because this is how many, this is the POVs I've written, like who was first. And yeah, Filza actually takes #1 for how many times I've written his POV. And then it would be Techno in second. Hi, Havarti. How are you? Oh my god, Havarti, let me make you a mod. I bumped my mic. Sorry. Gonna be an egg today. The Havarti curse getting insta-modded. Look, at this point, it's just basically I'm modding the people that I know have moderation privileges in other chats because they know how to handle it. So I can not mod you. It's just, it's easier for me to see, especially in Chatterino. At this point, though, if I mod all my friends, I'm also filling up all my moderator slots, so we'll see. 9 years experience, it's my destiny at this point. Okay, sweet. I mean, not that I need a terrible amount of mods here, but it's always good just in case. I think, like, all of my IRLs who also spend time on Twitch are in my mods, so don't worry about it. But yes, when I said I had 50 work in progresses, I wasn't kidding, because I went back through all of my old writing notebooks and I pulled the story ideas that I never finished or I really want to write still and put them all in this list. So we can go through this too. Like, this is... Yeah. Oh my goodness. I have 9 years real and true. Yeah. But I mean, if you see Eddie on there, yeah, there it is. I'm Only the Monster You Made Me. Okay, so there's the work in progress I have yet to finish from November of 2022. And this one, Foolish Bolas Cafe, this one is turning out to be so much bigger than I ever planned. That's actually this one. Dream of Life Again, A Little Vision of the Start and the End. This is maybe 2/3 written. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know why my curse is to keep writing like, oh, I'm gonna write something short and sweet and it'll be awesome, and then I add too much world building and suddenly it's 10k words. And I don't know how it happened. Like, maybe I should just make a stat of how many times I've written over 10k words for a fic, because that might also be interesting. Because Jesus Christ, it's probably a lot. Here, you trade with me. I can only write one shots. I write long one shots, or I write long multi chapters, but I struggle so much with multi chapters. I don't know. Like this one, the space between my fingers are right where you belong, or are right where yours fit perfectly. So this one, I started gearing up to write it like 2 weeks before I had to start posting it. I wrote the first 2 chapters, and then every other chapter in that fic was written either the day before I was supposed to post it, or one of them ended up being the day of I was supposed to post it. So I just stress myself out with writing it, and then I look back and it's like, yeah, it's okay. I could have improved parts here and there, but like, yeah, literally 98% of my fics are under 2K. I can't explain how I get the length that I do with my writing. It is literally, I basically completely zone into it, and then I come up for air and suddenly I've written 6K. This is also more indications that I should have gotten checked for ADHD like 10 years ago. But that's fine. But yeah. So I had a whole bunch in here. Selbit looking after Phil's kids for the weekend. That was so if anybody remembers this lore point, I've had it written down for months. But when Selbit had to take care of Chai and Lula for the weekend, BRB lunchtime, that's fair, Havarti. Right after Selbit's wedding, when Phil was going to, I think, VidCon, or he was going to film something for Sorry Boys or something like that, Selbit offered to take take care of Chai and Lula, because they still had quests then. And I wanted to write something based off it, and I haven't yet. And I have a whole plan for it, and I haven't done it yet, so it's on the list. Robot Tubbo came out after Tubbo's, like, his lore started happening, where we realized he was just basically a databank, and I still need to finish that one. This one, see Air at Lore Retell, I don't know if we're going to get to that one. I'd like to. I have about 9 pages of planning for this one, but this was going to be an insane project, because I was basically planning to retell the entirety of Eric's storyline on Dream SMP. And it was going to be set to Creature by Half Alive. I think I called it I am both haunted and holy, I believe. I think that's the line from the song. Yeah. Yeah. Which one? T-Duo. I've never attempted to write T-Duo, but I want to. I feel like that was a part that wasn't... Oh, that would be such a good title. Yeah. I think that's... I can go double check, but I'd have to tab away, and we can do that later. But I do have it saved in my Google Docs, so I could check later. This one, oh my god. Okay, this is one that's the top of my idea for so long that it might come out during Fic Fight if I can find somebody's prompt to fit it. Where Chai and Empanada open up a bakery that's totally not a front for the newly formed anarchist group. It was literally, I was basically going to take the Syndicate idea and mash it with Ordo and basically combine the two of them and the Resistance and make this just badass anarchist group on the QSMP. I gotta write that. Like, a whole bunch of these next 3 are all story points that were, I believe, Fit told us these 2. Or it was Fit or it was Pack that told about the corrupted by the darkness armor and slowly forgetting everybody. And I thought that was a really cool angst idea that I wanted to come back to. And then Q Fit was supposed to get kidnapped by the Federation after Medagio sent him back. And Pac was going to save him. Was another lore point they never got to do. So that one, I think, and then I think Phil told us that he was supposed to learn about the rebellion. Or that was, no, Ramon was going to learn about the rebellion. The next one was a point that I was going to write about Phil learning about the rebellion. Or the resistance, whichever. Veterans Duo apology, because I'm still so very upset that Veterans Duo didn't get a proper ending in the QSMP. Like, it's tragic to think that those two best friends, literally, the last time Fit saw Phil, he was getting corrupted by the Underking. He never knew that Phil managed to get uncorrupted. Like, he never found out that Phil cured himself. And that fucking sucks. I refuse to believe that that's where they end, so that I was going to rewrite the ending. Rusty Bones, King Foolish, so this is me switching out of fandoms a little bit because I ended up actually watching most of that week-long Rust event with Foolish, and I really wanted to write something based off that. I think I was going to combine a little bit of my own Immortals pantheon ideas into it, because I had this whole idea back when I started writing everything that basically Philza, Techno, Foolish, and Erit are all immortals blessed by the Death Goddess. So they are canonically either they travel through worlds or they're revived as the same person in another world. Like that would be Erit's case, where they're revived without their memories, where Foolish, Phil, and Techno actually travel between worlds. Honestly, still want to rewatch those Rust streams because I wasn't able to watch it when I was streamed. That sounds so cool. Yeah, honestly, like I I don't understand Foolish, and that's in the most affectionate way, because this guy can pull the coolest character lore out of his ass. Like it's no problem for him. And he has such cool characters just with his improvisation and just his off the cuff interacting with other people. It's so good. And plus Saikuno was part of like Rusty Bones. Like I started out watching Twitch streams because I started watching Saikuno's Twitch streams. Like it was Among Us, and I watched a lot of early GTA RP, so I probably know far more about Psych than you would expect. Because I watched him for about a year. And then I think he switched to YouTube, and that's why I stopped watching him. And then he came back to Twitch, and I think I'm watching him again, like, occasionally. But he often streams overlapping either, like, Foolish or Tubbo, and I'm more than likely to be in one of those instead, but especially, like, Foolish or Tubbo. My streaming habits have literally reverted to me watching Philza during the morning and Foolish at night. Or Tubbo during the morning and Foolish at night. Like, it's... That's my undying duo crumbs for the day, is I start out by watching Philza and I switch to Foolish. Or I watch Fit, right? But Fit, I feel like I'm catching a lot more VODs these days because he keeps streaming while I'm at work. The next one, Q-Pack Happy Pills POV. I've seen far too much about Pack's, like, in the best way, Pack's Happy Pills arc, and I never properly wrote it, so that's on the list. This one. Okay. Zeph and Titan, you're gonna like this one. Witherblade and Wardenza with the Syndicate as Death Omens. Nikki has her Vultures and Rambu has Enderman and Dragon abilities. So, this is one I was gonna write that's basically completely its own alternate universe, where they were Death Omens, like, gathering up the dead off battlefields, and it was specifically written based off I think it was a post I saw on Twitter. Let me see if I can find it, because I had it. If you hear flipping, oh my god, yeah. If you hear flipping pages, it's because I'm looking for the specific post. Because there was one that basically it's all based off of. Ooh, yeah. Because my writing process goes is I tend to do all of my planning writing out in a notebook, and then I switch to a doc when my thinking is faster than I can write, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if I can find it. Oh yeah. So I can't even explain. This was like a Twitter. It wasn't even a shit post. It was just something. Was this post I saw on Twitter that was, vultures are holy creatures tending to the dead, bowing low, bared head, whispers to the cold flesh, your name your is not your king. I rename you everything. So that spawned this whole idea because obviously every time that you see technos, like anybody who writes techno, they write he has voices in his head, and Phil has his crows. So I thought a really cool idea would be that Nikki had vultures, and I was going to write something based off that specific passage. The vultures are holy creatures, tending to the dead, bowing low, bared head, whispers to the cold flesh, your name is not your king, I rename you everything. I just thought that was really cool. It's a pretty similar to how I wrote my Siren Erit fic. It was based off literally like some writing I saw. Oh, I love that. Yeah. So that was going to be the summary. And then I was going to write this whole Death Omens idea, but I needed to write an actual plot and not just the abilities. So that's why I didn't get too far. But it's still there. I'm still thinking about it. Also, that's a beautiful passage. It sounds so cool. Yeah. And plus, okay. I'm convinced Phil did the last skin in MCC for me, considering he was covered in skulk, and now I have even more ideas of how to write Wardenza. Because I mean, you have Techno and his withers, and then Phil and his Warden abilities could be cool, especially if we do it because bird calls could be based like the Warden shouts. I mean, come up with a plot, my beloved. Like, why is it so hard? Yeah. I like I for plots it's either whenever I'm writing fics it's something based off either a story I've read once, or it's I'll be listening to a song while trying to like having these prompts, and then I'll listen to the song a couple times and I can either come up with a plot, or I'll think about something, like I can think of a plot that way, if that makes sense, or I'll literally just start listing it down physically, pen to paper, until I come up with something I like. I did also find this like storytelling flashcard set that's helped me a couple times before. That's really cool. I don't know if it would be anywhere in Europe or anything like that, but you can sometimes find like those generators or something like that, and I've written things based off those before too. Cowboy High Duo, that was going to be Techno and Palm Vigilante fic, because I didn't get enough of writing vigilantes and I really wanted to write that. But yeah. Yeah. There's several I still really want to write. Oh my goodness. This one, Selbit inviting Tubbo to join Bolas. That was after like Pierre and Bad went against Tubbo's instructions and like won the one night. And then Tubbo put on the gas mask to come talk to Selbit and Phil. I kind of wish that Tubbo just joined Bolas. I was really hoping for that, as well as Misa. Because I never showed much of being a Death Duo lover. I do enjoy Death Duo. I don't think I fixated on them as much because there just wasn't that many interactions. But it always stuck out to me when Misa talked about Purgatory and said he saw Phil's on the other side and he couldn't bear to fight him. And that was a good chunk of the reason he didn't log in. And I'm like, oh, Misa, you're too sweet. See Phil's backstory based off Maple's animatic. Yeah, I had an idea for that. This was a Tumblr post I did a while ago asking like what rarer duos at the time do you want to see more content for? So I had like Selbit and Phil and Misa, Tubbo and Selbit, Fit and Phil, Tubbo and Shay, and so on and so forth. Back with lunch. Nice, Havarti. We're talking about duos that I that I really want to write something for. Like, this is still going through my work in progresses. Because I have written some Archivists and Death Duo now, so I can probably cross the first two off. I had this whole idea with Tubbo and Selbit that I really need to get back into. Slay. Yeah. And Fit and Phil, that would probably go back to the veterans duo apology that I really want to write, like the non-canon one. Tubbo and Che and Foolish and Lula. I really liked Death Family on QSMP, but I also feel like Che and Lula rarely spent time with any of the other people besides maybe Bad. And I really, really loved whenever Foolish and Lula hung out. I thought that was super sweet. So I should write something on that. And Fit and Ramon and Pac, I think at this point I could probably cross off the list. But see Tommy sings the flowers to make them in Lemanberg to make them grow. I saw a post and that got my brain thinking. And you didn't hear it from me, but I totally might not be working on this a little bit more, and it's become much longer than I expected. And it's diving into flower symbolism far more than I ever thought, but it is what it is. It'll be fun. Yippee! Yeah, I know, I'm writing See Tommy again. Where am I? Q-Tubbo confesses to Selbit, how Kukurucho tormenting him. This was a fic idea I had written in, like, my oldest, or my second notebook, I think, since I joined MCYT. Me too, don't worry, yeah. Because this one was pretty early in my writing, but I still wish I had, like, written more about this one specifically. Because they were very similar. And I did really like that siblings dynamic people liked with Tubbo, Selbit, and Baji. I will never give up on my boy. Yeah, I feel that. Like, I feel like at this point, See Tommy has a lot of supporters, and I appreciate that, and I'll definitely write him. But I've written so much See Tubbo, and I think out of the pair of them, I've always related a little bit more to See Tubbo. And I definitely also think I can blame Zeph for that in the most affectionate way. Tubbo, Selbit, and Baji being siblings dynamic, you will always be famous. Yeah, exactly. And I did want to write something that gave them a little bit more content. So that's definitely on the list. Real and base, See Tubbo means everything to me. Yeah, it's okay. We're just clingy duo together. But Zeph was definitely the one who got me into thinking about See Tubbo more and See Techno and Fireworks Duo. So that's definitely Zeph's influence. Like, I blame Zeph for the Fireworks Duo. I blame Toxic for the Eternal Duo, like, in the most affectionate way. Base, to be honest, yeah. This one, yeah, Taylor's Vampire Fic. This one was for my one moot on Twitter that I still had the idea of. Origins, Nikki, and Techno, Stargazing Fic with Phil and Tommy. I've only ever written Origins once. I kind of want to do it again. And I think this would be a fun way to do it. Just something fluffy and nice and sweet. Tox the Beloved. Yeah, I love Tox. I love Toxie. They're my beloved. Hi Duo, Gentlemen Thieves. That was literally just, I was just going to do something silly, especially with these two. Angel Duo, Tubnet Glitch. This one's a little bit of a fun one. This is ridiculous. But, okay. So, this is going back a little while, but I've had this idea for ages. Let me see if I can find the actual write-up I had for it. But if you happen to remember the second Tubnet stream Philza did where he was teamed up with Ian, and then the event ended up going haywire because Tommy broke it and got switched into another dimension, and then he convinced Phil to also break it, and he got switched into another dimension. So I had a story for that. And I was gonna write something, but oh god, I don't even know how I'd find the write-up I had for that. Lamau, yeah. Oh hey, Zeph, I just found a screenshot of us talking about One Bullet. Because I have like a specific brain rot folder on my phone of screenshots filled with like prompt ideas or something like that. Oh, hey. There's apparently a fireworks duo idea I have that I don't remember writing down. But I'm gonna say it aloud. This was something, because, yeah, it's just me texting somebody, but it was, I want to write fireworks duo collecting flower scene where Tubbo's collecting poppies and Techno's collecting dandelions. Based off that one scene. I'm gonna send this to myself in my own writing Discord to remind myself. But it was based off that one screenshot of them collecting flowers together and that very, very silly moment of them collecting flowers together. Okay. I have to go search DMs to see if I can find this Angel Duo Tubnet event glitch. 1 second. I think I know whose DMs I have them in. Fuck, where is this? God damn it. I'm trying to remember how I described it. I think I put it up on my Twitter. Let me just... I'll do a quick search on my top Twitter. If I can't find it, I'll switch to the next one. We can discuss the next one. But, I don't get why mobile is the only one that you can search your profile for. Yeah, I'm not sure where it is. But it was going to be this whole idea based on Angel Duo breaking the server. And I was going to write some immortal angst based off of it. Cue death, family, and their death-related abilities. I always felt like it was a bit of a shame that we'd never got too much into the death abilities of the death family. Like, I mean, because you have the Angel of Death Filza. Angel Duo, my fucking beloveds. Yeah. I have a screenshot of this idea saved somewhere, and I can't remember how I exactly phrased it, and I don't want to spend too much time searching for it right now, so I'll probably try and find it later. But this one, so Angel of Death Filza, obviously, and then Tallulah being able to hear her dead siblings, and then Chai having the spirit of an old king. I don't know, that always stuck in my brain, and I wanted to expand on it more. And then with the theories of Misa being a reaper, felt like it could be fun. Non-canon rescue of Phil from the birdhouse plot. Yep. So this was something that I had kind of... I was actually gonna, I think, write it as a continuation of my one fic, The Wise Crow Has Been Fooled, A Cage for a Cage. Because the ending scene of that, I thought was really, really cool. And I had a whole idea for after it, and I didn't. Sierra helping Nikki. Yeah, so this was when Nikki got imprisoned. I was going to write something based off that. Revengers or Consolation arc again. Yeah. Lula befriending Selbu in prison. That was going to be kind of a crack fic, to be honest. Butterfly Duo Coffee Shop AU. I can't remember exactly what I was going to do with that. I guess it was just a duo thing I wanted to do. Hotel Duo. Okay. So this one this was gonna be my first Sam POV from DSMP, because I only found Sam near the end of the Dream SMP, and I don't know, his character, it always stuck with me, and I know not many people talk about him that much anymore, but his specific character I really thought was interesting on Dream SMP. Fucking love Sam. Okay, sweet. Good. I'm glad more people are here who enjoy Sam. Because I had this whole idea where I was going to write it from Sam's point of view, where it was basically the comparison of Dream being ecstatic about everything having to do with, like, I think this was going to be after Dream escaped. Yeah, I think this was going to be after Dream escaped. So I was going to write it where like Dream is going progressively more giddy and happy and mad and like crazy about it, I guess. Like going off the deep end, excited that he's free. And Tommy was going to like slowly just start to fade away and not be as proud. Like it was going to be a comparison fic of both sides of the spectrum. Had this whole idea for it and I've sat on it for like 2 years. So that's why it's on this list, is one day I'll come back to this and I'll actually think about it and maybe fill it out a little bit more. Peer pressure duo where Rambo teaches Techno how to crochet on Origins. That was just, I can't even remember. I think that was a silly prompt I saw once and I'm like, fuck it. That seems cute. So I had a couple of Origins ideas that I really want to write. Yep, and there's another Origins. Okay, can we talk about what a missed opportunity Origins Filza was? Origins Filza and Sneak Snag. I know Zeph is going to go ecstatic over this because of Male Life Duo, but I am still so very upset that we didn't get the enemy arc with Phil and Sneak and Ranboo. Like, come on, that was such a missed opportunity. That was so good. Let Filza be unhinged. I want more SMPs where Filza is unhinged because I think it's funny. But it's just like I want to write something based off that. So that's why it's on. Yeah, they all should have gone apeshit. I agree. I think it would have been funny. And people keep occasionally bringing up Origins again. And I'm like, oh, my heart, Origins. It is funny. You're so right. Look, I think you'd probably know if I ever came into money because I'd be immediately setting up my own Minecraft server for our Discord to play an Origins mod. Because I've always wanted to play an Origins mod. But I've never had the opportunity to either join a server to do so or I don't know. It's something I really want to play around with. When are we as a society going to have an OSMP resurgence? I know! Hopefully. Especially with Dream SMP making its comeback, I feel like there's definitely some Origins fans out there. Especially like Origins Techno. Bunny Blade. I love Bunny Blade. That was so cute. Though, okay, the whole... this is why I love Sneak Snag. Sneak Snag uploading like all of his Origins VODs, my beloved, thank you, you incredible man. Because that entire stream where they were trying to send Bunny Blade to the moon is probably one of my favorite streams of theirs, besides maybe the Villager stream from SMP Earth, which I watch in its full every now and then just because they have such similar humor, those three, like Sneak, Phil, and Techno. It worked so well together, and trying to send Techno to the moon on Origins was so funny. I love that one. So yeah, I don't think I'm fully done writing Origins yet. I think it's gonna come back at some point. Okay. And then this is another one I've sat on for like, oh god, probably nearly 2 years. Or it would have been about a year. Like whenever Dream SMP actually wrapped up in the nuke, I was gonna write it that the Death Goddess saved basically everyone besides, I think, Dream and Buns. And everybody was gonna have superhuman abilities. But it would have been a monster to write, but it still would have been fun. Just writing all the different abilities people would have gotten. I think I was gonna do something like with Tommy getting the ability to like manipulate plants, and that was, I think, where originally my idea with Tubbo and the fireworks at his fingertips that I used for One Bullet. This was where I assigned him that power, and I just used it in another fic. Foolish is an angel who throws away his connections to heaven for a demon named Eret. Yep. It was either that or I was gonna, I think, write a space fic for this one, for Die For You by Starset. I've loved that song for a number of years and I just haven't written anything yet. Subnautica AU with Eternal Duo. Yep. Really, really wanted to write that one. I love Subnautica, for those who don't know. Subnautica is one of my favorite games of all time. I think it's a fantastic game. I think the storyline is amazing, and honestly, I've half debated playing it on stream again. And if people would be down for that, I'd be cool with doing the occasional Subnautica stream, because Subnautica, my beloved. It would be actually kind of funny if I did something like Subnautica Sundays or like on the weekend, because I've been trying to figure out to do like a regular streaming schedule, but I haven't figured anything out specifically yet. But yeah, there's Origins again, but this was going to be a fluff piece. I'm doing a Space AU. Yep. So from Brown World Domination Notebook. Yeah. So this is how you can tell I've written, like, I think I have 3 notebooks. I've completed 2 notebooks worth of writing since I joined MCYT, and I'm about halfway through my 3rd. This one might be getting combined into my C. Tommy fic I was writing. Duo fucking up Dream after they learn about exile from Tommy. Because I don't know. As much as I appreciate Duo's characters on DSMP, I also just really like the idea of them hearing that Dream was, you know, torturing a child and said, you know what, fuck that guy, and they go kill him. I think that would be funny. I think they deserve to go a little apeshit. Nikki Flower Shop AU and College Roomies, yep. And this one was just added. The QSMP vampires based on that photo, because that photo is going around again, and I'm like, god damn it, I never wrote my QSMP vampire fic. So that's on the list. It's definitely on the list. And then these are my novels I was working on. So this one is a zombie apocalypse AU, or zombie apocalypse AU. This would actually be a novel. And I have technically written it as a novel before, but that was about 10 years ago, and I feel like I've improved with my writing a lot, so I was rewriting it before I was going to properly release it. Wild Rose is a trilogy series that I've been working on for about 10 years. No, 10 years? At least 5 years. Like, there's so much world building in my novels, and then I just don't actually sit down to write them, but I have plans. These 2 are planned. I keep accidentally dragging. Sorry about the noises. Those 2, so my fic rewrites I was going to turn into novels, which I'll probably add 1 bullet to this list, because I could definitely rewrite 1 bullet with my own original characters. That might be a fun, because I really liked the world building I did for that fic. That one was good. And then my D&D backstory, because my DM will probably kill me if I hold off on it for any longer. He won't actually, but like, so this D&D campaign's been going for about 2 years. He asked for the backstories about a year ago, and I still haven't I wrote him a summarized version, because I was like, look, if you let me go off on this, you're probably getting around 10,000 words. And then he turned around and he's like, do it. You won't. And he's right, I won't. I haven't done it yet. Because I haven't let myself fixate on it. So I think me and my best friend have joked that we're just going to lock each other in my apartment. Like, we're going to stay in my apartment until we both finish our backstories, because we haven't written them yet. But yeah. Kinda, this is when I wish that I could, like, turn on my webcam to actually show you my writing novel, like my notebooks, but yeah, faceless works better. Because my notebooks are... I think Kit phrased it that, like, my notebooks hold the secrets of the universe, and I thought that was funny, when it's all just, like, various writing ideas I've had throughout the years. I mean, I don't know. I don't quite know what we can do next. Like, I just plan to either go through this slideshow, and then I do have some tier lists we can do. If anybody wants to see any of my work in progresses as well, I could potentially pull them up. I'm just worried about straight up opening my Google Docs because the search does show my name. So I just have to actually pull up the fic and make sure that it's not going to show anything before I changed. So we can either do the tier lists, or I can talk a little bit more about work in progresses, or if you guys have any questions, we can go through that. It's all up to you guys. Tier lists? Yeah, so I found a couple tier lists before stream. I found one talking about don't dox yourself. Yeah, so I can pull up the actual document. I just can't search for the document with the screen up, I believe. Because this is the confusing part. I have 3 separate Google accounts, and one of them is straight up just for my fanfic, but some of the fanfic was written on my other Google accounts that are like my professional business account before I started writing on my fanfiction account. So the shared documents do show my name. Or we can just straight up do tier lists, because I have a tier list for fanfiction tropes, and then I ended up pulling up tier lists for characters for MCYT, because I figured, why not? It's been a couple years. I could go through and rank like Dream SMP characters based on what I thought about their lore. Now that it's been a few years and I'm not sure how much I remember, but it could be interesting. And I found a QSMP character tier list as well. And then I think I found a Life Series one. Yeah, I did find a Life Series and Hermitcraft one. Because why not? We can talk a little bit more about the creators I'm watching now. Because, oh my god, I was ranting to Rin about this last night, but I've wanted to write something based off the Life series for quite a while, but it is also decently daunting to get into a brand new universe. Like, at least with DSMP and QSMP, with a lot of my writing, I could reference specific parts of the universes, like the old universes and the new ones, and I could carry a lot of my Pantheon stuff over. But when it comes to Life series, that's a whole new universe, and I'd have to create more headcanons around it. But like, Life series Etho hurts my heart, and I love him, because I have such, I don't know if it's the right word, but character archetype, I think that's the word for it. But I have a very specific character type I like, where it's like they can seem cold and bitter and a little bit closed off to the outside world, but once you're under their protection, they will literally burn the world for you. And of course that's why I love Etho, because that's exactly Etho. Like, I was rewatching Secret Life before stream, so that's probably where a good chunk of this is coming from as well. But I'm tempted. Like, I'm so tempted. I don't know. We'll poke through when the prompts drop. I think they said the prompts are gonna drop at like midnight on Thursday, at least Eastern. So I'm always awake then, so I might poke through and start making plans. We'll see. Because I do have the weekend off to start planning and plotting and thinking, so. Do we want to switch to tier lists, though? We could do tier lists for a little bit, if people are cool with doing tier lists. I might say a quick stretch break in a moment, because it would do me good to get up and out of this chair for a little while. Sounds fun, yeah? Okay, sweet. We can do that. So, yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do, is I'm gonna take a quick 5 minutes here to get up, stretch, get everything set up to do tier lists, and then I shall be back. So, if you give me about 5 minutes to do so, then we can continue. Sounds good? Yeah, because we're 1 hour 45 now, so I'll come back at 1 hour 50. Sounds good? Alright, I'm going to mute myself, and we're going to switch to another screen. Okay. And then when I get back, I will set up everything so we can go through our tier lists. I'll have a quick stretch as well. All right, sounds good. Stretch break. I shall be back. Okay, hello. Should be back now. Now, if all goes according to plan, hopefully, when I hit this recording window thing, we're going to see the right Twitch. I think it, no, not that opera page. Why is it not showing up now? Give me a second. Okay, we're gonna close that. Why is it not showing? I don't exactly want to do desktop capture because that's not what I'm aiming for. There we go. Okay. Cool. So I just had to reset some things in OBS. Sorry, that was the sound of my headphones clicking shut. Jesus. You learn a little bit more about microphones when it comes to figuring things out, huh? But yes, so this is a fanfiction trope list I found that I figured I can do a little bit of a tier list on. There are probably some things I think I'm gonna skip. Yeah. Or we'll put in the just don't want to really discuss list, but this was the closest I could find. I'm pretty sure this was a tier list that was used, if anybody watches, I think it's Coley Does Things. She talks a lot about AO3 and stuff like that, and this was one that she did. Very fair. Yeah, look, let's make a tier for the D&I. The D&I tier. There we go. ABC D&I. Yeah, I think I saw that. Yeah, Coley's pretty funny. My best friend and I watch a lot of her. But yes. D&I tier, yeah. So, like, because we're starting out with that, I'm not even going to discuss that. I know what it is. We're just not going to talk about that. But I figured we can start going down the rest of it, and if there are some that I just don't want to discuss, they go in the D&I tier. Sound good to people? I don't know. Obviously, with being fan fiction, there's certain filters you have to use, right? Oh, okay. But chat might be a little bit in the way for this. I don't know if I want to move chat, though. I don't know. It's weird that it's cutting it off right at the bottom. Do we move chat? Or do we turn chat off for this? Not sure. Can also make it so my cursor doesn't pick up. There we go. That's a little bit better. I think it should be fine. We'll just leave chat where it is for now, and I can fight it a little bit more later. Anyway, starting off the fanfiction trope tier list, because why not? Should I change my title? Probably, right? Actually, it says tier list, and it's fine. So, starting off the trope tier list for this will be my personal opinions on these tropes. So, you know, we'll go from there. Anyway, amnesia fic. Look, I think amnesia fics can be done well, and amnesia stories can be done well, but there's also a lot of them. I don't know. I think when I think amnesia fic, I always go back to thinking about The World Forgetting and The World Forgot, I think. It's Bones and the Cacti. Her writing. I forget exactly. The author who wrote Tommy and Its Clinic for Supervillains. Or Villains. I can't remember the exact title. But anyway, their other story was Amnesia. And I think it can be done well, but I also think it's done a lot. So I think we'll put it in B for now. Because, like, you have to do really well with that for it to be a coherent story, right? So, okay. Also, how's the music level? It sounded a little quiet when I was listening back, but I think that's just this track as well, which is cool. I mean, it's called Calm Evening, so that makes sense. I think it's a good balance compared to my voice, though. Again, I'm learning everything about having an actual proper mic now instead of just a headset mic like I was using before. Might just be the track. It's been sounding good to me. Okay. I'll leave the level where it is then. So anyway, Angst is the next one on the list. Now, hear me out. Actually, hear me out. I know I was saying earlier that angst, you have a lot of angst in the world, but it's also so good to write, and like, it just, you find a fic that, and like story that does angst really well, and my god, it punches you, and you think about it. Like, oh god, okay, so I'm not gonna reveal what fandom this was a part of when I read it originally, because it's a little embarrassing. But way back when I first started reading fanfiction, there was this one story I read that was about the end of the world, and basically people were uploading themselves into computers so they wouldn't, like, so their soul wouldn't be lost, essentially. And I think I remember this specific fic had an aspect of forbidden love to it, because the two characters that were trying to get this done before the world ended up on their own like private server, and it was this whole tragic idea that yes, they were together, but it would only ever be them alone together forever. And it's been 10 years and it still hurts me to think about that. Like, it's a very good writing for an ending, but oh my god, did it hit me at the time. A lot of angst fics in the worlds, but we could always use more. Yeah, like, I write a lot of fluff, like hurt and comfort fics, because I do think you need that balance. It's rare I write specifically tragic fics, but I've written a couple. The one unfinished foolish fic I had, Tell Me Did You Fall for a Shooting Star, was going to be a tragic one. My high duo shipwreck fic, oh, it's hilarious, because I think that's the one that has the most amount of comments I've ever had on a story, and it's just one after the other of people being like, you made me cry, fuck you, but it was so good. Like, and I'm like, yeah, perfect. Oh, anyway, okay, for the next two, yeah, fuck it, we'll talk about it. Arranged marriage. I don't know. I think I'm past my time of reading those sort of stories. I think it's been done a lot, and it doesn't call to me anymore. Same with this. Like, I read those as an early teen, but not as much anymore. It's just, they don't really call to me. Same with that one. Yep, very fair. Yeah. It's like, you go through that period when you're growing up where you read a lot of, or at least I did, where it was kind of normalized. You read a lot of this stuff. And like the next one, that's going in the D&I list. We're not even going to discuss that one. But these ones have all been kind of overdone, I think. Body swap. Now, if we're talking about a fun idea, I'll say sharing a bed is iconic. Yeah, you know what? Fair. We're moving it up just for that, because it is pretty iconic, and I think it can be done well. I think it's a little bit cliche, but it's also funny. So yeah, fuck it. Sharing a bed goes in B. Body swap. I think that is a fantastic crack idea. Whenever it is written, it is always hilarious. Like, I guess whenever I think of body swap, I think of specifically a fairy tale episode. For anybody who's ever watched Fairy Tail in this chat, you'll know the one I'm talking about, and it's so funny. Cliche, but part of the foundations of fanfic. Yeah. Yeah, it's you get body swap can be so fun. Yeah. I just specifically with the Fairy Tail one, I think I always remember that episode fondly because none of them know how to use their powers anymore. So they're just trying random shit, and it's so funny. It's such a good, just a one-off episode. Ugh. I love Fairy Tail. It's cliche, and I get a lot of secondhand embarrassment watching it now. But I really appreciated Fairy Tail, and I appreciated the time I had in it. Coffee Shop AU. I think they're great. I think they're fun. Yes, it's quite, you see a lot of them, but I think it's a good genre. It's got its good points, especially with the whole like you can write it quite a bit as like a found family sort of idea. Yeah. And I mean, of course I'm partial to Coffee Shop. That was one of our more successful fics, right? And I still think about that story quite a bit. I love that story. That story means a lot to me. College AU. I don't know if I've written one properly. Like, that was kind of my Coffee Shop AU is a combination of that and college. But, I don't know. I think college AUs tend to be written like your ideal version of college or the worst version of college. And we've all been through that period in our lives. At least I have. Some of us are still going through college. I don't know if I want to consume writing surrounding college if I'm still in college. I don't know. Crackfic, 110% S tier. When you let the authors go crazy, I think it's fantastic. I think there can be some funny moments that comes from that. So definitely at the top. Crossover, yeah, I'd put it in S tier too. I really like a good crossover fic. I think they can be done well, especially if you get a good combination going. Dark fic, I don't know. I'm not sure about this one. I don't know about dark fic because you get some of them that are interesting, and then you get some of them that you're just like, what the fuck? What was this person doing? Like, I don't know. Dark fics I'm very conflicted on. Because I don't know if I know the proper definition of a dark fic either. Dark fic feels in B feels right. Yeah. I think dark fics have always felt a little bit too much like an excuse to toe boundary lines, at least from what I've seen of some of them. And it doesn't feel great. I don't like that. I don't know. Maybe that's my perception, and I'm sure, of course, there are some good dark fics out there, but I think they have to be written by good people. And I think that's where I am a little worried about ever getting into them or reading more of them, is they always concern me. Or I know some of my friends used to read Dark Percy Jackson fics and really liked it, but I think that's a different context than SBI, you know? Yeah, like, I know, especially with the way SBI blew up, that there's so much content for SBI, and probably my perception is a bit warped by that. But I don't know. It never called to me as a trope, I guess. Next one, major character death. Absolutely. S tier. 110%. Look, there's that whole joke that you can't kill off your main character. I say fuck it. Try it. I want to see how you do it. I want to see how it can be written into a story. I think it's fascinating. Yes, it can be tragic, but like, no, fuck it. Like, yes, it also goes back. This is a little bit contradicting of my earlier talks about rewriting canon endings for characters, but MCD can be done so fucking well. And like, yes, it can cut off character development, but it also can affect other characters' developments. So if you do it well, my god, I'm not afraid of MCD tags on Fix. In fact, I'm pretty sure most of mine have that tag, because either somebody dies or somebody dies temporarily, which I have also written. So I think major character death S tier, easy S tier. In fact, I might even this out and move crossover a little bit down because I like major character death over it. If MCD is done well, it's done well, you know? Yeah, I like those fics that basically feel like my personality is shifted because I've read it, you know? Next on the list, character canon divergence. We're just putting that near the top. In fact, we're moving all these up, but canon divergence, absolutely. S tier right at the top, because I do it like closest to the column is the highest ranking in these lists. Canon divergence, top. I've written so much canon divergence. It's probably my favorite trope, because I like taking a look at canon and being like, how can I work my own headcanons in, or how can I break this? And that's what I do. So canon divergence, top tier, S tier, 110%. Easy. Next one, enemies to lovers. I think it's good. I don't think it's a favorite of mine, because I wouldn't rank it up with the other 4, but I do think it's fun. I think you can have some fun with that one. I don't know if I'd put it above. I'd probably put it above crossover. Enemies to lovers can be fun. It's also a little bit personally funny to me, because I've made the crack about me and my partner being enemies to lovers, and that is actually kind of true. We hated each other growing up, and now we're going on 3 years of dating. So, or we're over 3 years of dating. So, to be fair, enemies to lovers as a trope in general can feel very hit or miss for me. Yeah. I think it's definitely my bias talking here a little bit. But I think it can be fun. That's so iconic. Yeah. For those who don't know, me and my partner grew up together. Like, I've known him since kindergarten. Like, since then. And we hated each other all the way through elementary school. Because in Canada, at least in my part of Canada, it goes elementary school to high school. We don't have a middle school. Like, we go to elementary school, and then the last 4 grades we go to high school. So in elementary school, we hated each other. And then high school hit, and then we became friends, and then he moved away, and we became best friends. So it's literally a combination of enemies to lovers, as well as distance makes the heart grow fonder. Because that's right when we started talking was when he moved away. And we've basically talked every day for a decade since then. Anyway, established relationship. This might surprise people. I think S tier. I think the whole idea of spending an entire novel building up to a relationship, it can be good, but it's also so like, that's most of the plots of young adult books, is it's the boy that you have to aim for, right? But I think we need more stories that start out with an established relationship right off the bat. I think that's fascinating, and I think an established relationship through the plot can add a lot of good plot points as well. Like, it can be good character building, but it can also be very interesting to have that you don't have to spend the entire story building up to it. You write the story surrounding them already being together. I don't know. I think that one should be done more. Fairy Tale AU. It would definitely be here. Would it be a favorite of mine though? I'm not sure. So I do love fantasy. Like, that is my main genre of reading and writing. Well, writing, you don't see it as much with my fan fiction, but with my personal stories, you'd see all the fairy tale and fantasy stuff I shove in them. But I don't know if it would be a favorite of mine. We'll see. We'll leave that there for now. Fake relationship. It's been done a lot. I'm not the biggest fan of it. Hi, Termo. How are you? We're doing a fanfiction trope tier list now. So, we're just chilling. But fake relationship. Yeah. I don't think we need to dig into that too much more. I think this is literally just C is going to be the tier of I've seen it a lot. And I just, yeah. Fix it fic. I think they can be done pretty well. I mean, I've written quite a bit of them, if I'm going to be real. So it might go here or here. Yeah, I think there would make sense for them. Because, like, I think it's definitely a good trope because it allows the author and the writer to play around a lot. Doing great, just freed like 9 gigabytes of space in my drive by deleting short films I did in uni. Nice. Yeah, all of my college work is saved in an extracted file or in a zipped folder on a hard drive somewhere. So I don't like getting rid of things, but I don't like it taking up space either. But anyway, fix it, fix. Yeah, I like them because it allows the writer to play around a lot more, especially with canon, but I don't know. It's not a favorite. Fluff, okay. I think Fluff, where do I put Fluff? I like a good Fluff story. I really do. Yeah, fuck it. Fluff gets S tier. Because I think, especially when it comes to either sad stories or something like that, Fluff can be especially important. Maybe even, like, healing some of your misconceptions around the character or, like, helping, I don't know, give some happiness to characters we've probably seen a little bit, like, them tortured a little bit too much more, if that makes sense. I don't know. I think Fluff is good. I like Fluff. Yeah. We'll leave Fluff up in S tier, I think. Friends to Lovers. I don't know. Maybe. I think B for that one. Cause it's alright. It can be good, but like, I don't know. I think B tier feels right. B tier is like neutral. I could go either way on it. Genfic. Yeah. Yeah, also B tier. Hurt Comfort. Hell yeah. We're putting that right up by Angst. In fact, I think I'll put that right there. Hurt Comfort. That's definitely probably most of what I've written. Because I think it's important for a story to have balance. So Hurt Comfort worked very well as a trope for me to write. And I mean, like, it's pretty clear that that's one of my favorites because I'm pretty sure, like, I wouldn't be surprised if about 70 to 80% of my fics on AO3 have the Hurt Comfort tag. Because it's important for a story's balance, I think. Historical AU. I think I'd put that up with Fairy Tale in A tier. Like, I really like it. But I'm a little scared of writing them because it's a lot of fact checking. And I always feel like I'm going to get the facts wrong. Like, I have love for specific historical stories. Like, if we want to talk about books, Mortal Instruments, their Clockwork series is set in, is set in Victorian times, England, I believe. It is very, very, very good, and I very much enjoy the atmosphere. I'm just terrified of writing them. High school AU, it's just, I don't really, not really. Huddle for Warmth. Okay, so this one's been done a lot. I don't know. It is pretty iconic. Like, it would probably be right here. We're sharing a bed in terms of iconic. But I've never written it. So, eh. Humor? Okay. This is gonna bring out a little bit of my self-esteem and confidence in writing. I don't think I'm that funny while I'm writing, and I struggle with writing specific jokes or humor. I don't know. It's one of my hang-ups with my writing is I think humor and dialogue I always struggle with, and I'm not sure if the jokes hit the way I want them to. I think it can be done very well, it's just I'm not sure if I have the ability to do it, and it's something I've been trying to work on. So, I don't know. Drunken confession? Okay, I've written this, so it's going up an A tier. First kiss. That one's been done a lot, I think, so that's gonna go in this one in C tier. Magic AU. Also, I think it's very good. It would be up here with these other AU's ones. I think it's fun. You can have a lot of creative freedom with writing a magic AU because you could basically do whatever you want and you can progress the plot using magic as a device, but I don't know. I've definitely written it. A lot of my original writing contains magic that I'm writing, but it's elemental based magic for my one specific writing, so I don't know. Here's gonna be a fun discussion. Miscommunication. So, I personally hate this trope. I hate it. I have a particular vendetta against miscommunication. Okay. I'm taking a drink so I can go on a rant. Me and my best friend have talked about this before. I appreciate what miscommunication can do for a plot. I hate it. I think it's been done so fucking often, and I don't like the idea of characters overhearing something and taking that as truth and not discussing it with the other character. It doesn't feel mature, first of all. It doesn't feel like a healthy friendship or relationship or whatever, and it always like skews the rest of the story for me. It doesn't feel it breaks that trust I have with the person who's creating the story, because it's just always like, I always see it where it's like, oh, they'll overhear one part of it and then their perception of that character's viewpoint is forever changed. And it's just like, that's not how IRL life works. If you have a problem with somebody or if you overhear something, the mature thing is to discuss it out as adults. So therefore, this a low C tier, if not DNI. But I'm only doing DNI as the ones I don't want to talk about. You aren't kidding, your throat gets dry after talking for nearly 3 hours, though, Jesus. And sometimes people don't have that mature thinking. Yeah, I mean, I get that, Termo, but I've read and seen it too much in media to enjoy it as a trope anymore. I've had some of my favorite stories become ones I dislike because of it. It just... People don't have that mature way of thinking, yes, but I think at this point it's been so used as a plot device, it actually pisses me off to see it. Like, it's just... I can't do it. It's... Ugh. I just hate watching... Like, whenever I see it come up in a fic or in a story that I'm reading, like, usually I have to take, like, 5 minutes to step back and be like, okay, I need to see how this plays out, but I don't like the fact that it happened. Because it just gets used so often to progress the plot, and I wish there were more creative ways to progress the plot. I get why people do it. I personally don't like it. I hate it as a trope. It's a harsh word, but it's true. In fact, miscommunication might get its own tier on this list of tropes that I've seen way too much of, if that makes sense. Anyway. Oh my goodness. I keep having a drink. Sorry, give me one moment. Okay, so next one on the list. Missing scenes. I'm assuming they mean like you write scenes that should have happened in the story. Is that what? I think that's good. I think that can add a lot to a fic. Fuck it. Actually, I've definitely written that now that I'm thinking about that. I think that's I feel this is probably something that's pretty specific, but I definitely think that this is a good trope, especially in anything like movies to book or like books to movies adaptations or anything like that. Because the way I'm kind of relating this is movie, like book to movie. Oh my goodness, can I speak? Book to movie. I just forgot the word, but translations, whatever. That can be done all right, but I've never been the biggest fan of that happening because it's just, it leaves out so much of the book. So I guess I put missing scenes that high because I do like the idea of filling in more. Like, if you feel like there's a specific plot point that should have been added, or there's something in a character development you feel like was missed, writing a missing scene fic can be kind of fun. I think it's a good trope. I think it can add to a story, especially if the content's already dormant, right? Like, and especially with the, like, what I'm discussing in terms of content, if we're talking from the perception of Dream SMP and QSMP. Small, hi, good morning. Good morning. How are you doing today? We're doing a fanfiction trope tier list. And then I have a couple more tier lists depending on my energy. But we spent the first like hour and a half of this stream going through my Excel spreadsheet of all the stories I've written. But yeah, missing scenes, I think it can be done well. I'm so cold. I do not want to get out of bed. Oh my god, I feel that. I don't know what the temperatures are like where you are, but like here it's obviously please don't share locations and stuff in chat, but here it's like it's humid and it's gross, but my landlady keeps the temperatures in my apartment ridiculously cold, so I always wake up freezing, so I'm usually putting on like a bathrobe in the morning and I feel like I'm 80 years old, but you know, I love that. That sounds like such a cute stream. Yeah, I promised this stream for hitting 1.8k followers on Twitter, so, and it's been fun. I actually really enjoy this. Usually my streaming stamina is like 2 hours, so me going on these like 3-hour streams is a little weird, but it's kind of fun too. Anyway. Okay. Woo, 1.8k. Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't sure if I was going to go back on Twitter, especially after I took a break earlier this year and then last week, but I don't know. It's really hard to find like fan art and fandom content as much, so I just beefed up my muted words list and we're doing pretty well now. You must have been having fun to keep going. Yeah. Yeah, I think I especially got a lot more motivation to stream now that I have this BNG tuber, because I think it's really cute. And I mean with my new microphone, of course, now too. Anyway, next trope. Mutual pining. I think it can be done well, but I don't know if it would be a favorite of mine. Because again, it's going back to the fact that I love the idea of established relationships right at the beginning of the story. That mutual pining is good. The VTuber is so cute, the little wings. Yeah, I love it. Summer did so good. Summer did amazing. Mutual pining. Yeah, I think I'd put that. I like it, but it's not a favorite. favorite is definitely established relationship right off the bat, because I don't think we see that enough. D and I is the ones I don't want to talk about, which are definitely, we're going to put the next two in that, because screw that. I'm not discussing that on stream. No, thank you. I think I'm past that time in my life. It's just, yeah, not willing to discuss. I don't know what this one means. Does anybody know what PWP means in terms of a fanfiction trope? Calling on my fellow fanfiction people. I can look it up if needed as well, but definite skipped. Yeah, we don't need to discuss those on stream. PWP, I don't know what that means. I can Google it. I have no idea. All right, we're pulling up Google. Oh God, no. We're not talking about that one. No way. Nope. No. Nope. You can look it up if you want. We're not discussing that one on stream either. All right, moving on. Royalty AU. I think they're good. Oh God, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible, but it's along the lines of what it's in the list for. How's that? We'll leave it at that. Royalty AU. I think they're fun. I could go either way on them. Crown Duo. Okay, that's fair small. And I'll always think, did I write that? I'm pretty sure I wrote that one Crown Duo fic for you, didn't I? When Eric hired Techno to go kill C. George. Termo. God. Adult fun times without plot. How's that? Yeah, we'll leave it at that. So Royalty AU. Let's see. I am still fond of that one I wrote for you, Small. It blows me away. I was looking at the Excel sheet earlier, and that was very early into me writing fan fiction. And that's going on 2 years ago, which is wild, because that means we've known each other for over 2 years. Jesus. Anyway, Royalty AU. You know what? Actually, that brings a good point. I'd put it above historical, I think. It was not that long ago. Small. I'm pretty sure I wrote that in November of 2022 for you. I looked it up earlier. Let me see if I can pull that up again. I'll pull up the Excel spreadsheet. Give me a second. We'll just have to switch screens again. Yeah, I found it. Give me a second. We'll switch. It is right here. November 2022. The 3rd of November. Known each other that long. Nice. Yeah. I started writing fanfics at 15. Honestly, was my wisest moment. They were so bad. Yeah, so there's a reason that my old AO3 doesn't exist anymore. But you can technically still find some of my very old fanfiction writing on fanfic.net. But I'm pretty sure there's a Soul Eater AU up there, and that's it. I just dropped my mouse pad. Give me a second. At least you can improve from your writing at 15, not want to write. Yeah. But yeah, no. This is insane small that this is 2 years old now. Or it's going on 2 years old now. Thank God I deleted it. Yeah. Yeah, I deleted my old Wattpad account as well. And I was going through a period where I was uploading my own, like my MCYT fix to Wattpad, but I'll probably go back and delete that account too. I much prefer AO3. It's a toddler. Oh no, it is. Oh, but Crown Duo. Yeah. So, for those who don't know or haven't read this fic, this was the plot point of C. Eret hiring Techno, like a hit on C. George through Techno, and when Techno assassinated King George, that was this story. And Small gave me a prompt. You're all that I recognize. What song was that based off? Was that based off that Alkaline Trio song you sent me, Small? I can't remember. Have I written more than one thing for you, Small? I can't remember. Brain bad. I need to give it another read for comfort. Yeah. I'm still, like, I don't know. My fanfiction, I could probably go back and read through most of it and still be pretty proud of most of it. I think the only things I'm not the biggest fan of are these two right at the beginning. That were like my very early fanfiction. Oh, it could be, or another. I think you've written like 3 for me. Oh god. What else have I written for you? Shit. I'm terrible at this. I remember so much easier when I can dedicate fics to people because I can see it in the title. But because I don't think you have an AO3, or I never asked for an AO3 account for you, I never actually gifted the fics to you, so they're written in the author's notes. I'd have to go back and find it. But anyway. Techno, Tubbo, Techno and Nikki. Oh, did I write that? I did write that Techno and Nikki fic for you. Shit, what was it? Is it this one? Yeah, a heart that's full of nightfall hanging on dear life for the first signs of daylight. Fallout Boy title length. I have them bookmarked. The bakery. The bakery? Because I know, was this one I wrote for you? Because this is the one where Nikki gets injured in Doomsday and Techno finds her and brings her to Eret's castle to nurse back to health. Was that written for you too? The bakery. Yeah, because such base duos. Yeah. Small's giving me some fun ones, actually. But I can't remember. I think this one was specifically for you. Just remember a bakery store. Maybe we were talking about it. I mean, the only bakery store I can really think about kind of would be this one. A White Orchid Broken in the Rain. But that was written... Like, that was my first proper attempt at fanfic. Thank you, I love them. Yeah, they're so good. This one was written based off, why did I just forget what that site is called? Because that would actually be a fantastic stream. You're so real for that. Those two are my favorite dynamics. Yeah. 1 second. Because I'm trying to remember the name of that, maybe it wasn't. We were probably talking about Nikki and Techno working in a bakery together. Yeah. I'm trying to remember that game that I used to play all the time with people that inspired this specific A White Orchid. I'm gonna go find the original posting for White Orchid, because I should have it written. Frantic Fanfic. That's what it's called. Probably plotting something. Yeah. Because White Orchid was based on a Frantic Fanfic prompt I wrote. Gotta look for a bit. Need to get the kiddo up for school. Sounds good. We'll probably switch back to the fanfic fanfic trope tier anyway, or tier list anyway. But Frantic Fanfic might be kind of a fun stream to do. If anybody else has ever played Frantic Fanfic in here. So that's one where you basically... You're given a prompt, or you make up a prompt, and then you write a small little drabble based off that prompt, like based off somebody else's prompts, and you trade them around until you have a finished story. That could be fun. Might be a cool idea. Anyway, let's go back to this though. Ooh, yes, that sounds like fun. Yeah, that might be something I could potentially arrange together in the Discord and we could do for a fun stream of just writing fanfic on the spot. Zeph also brought up the idea of potentially doing fanfiction sprint streams during Fic Fight, and that might be kind of fun just to do. But the thing about me when I'm writing, how I get myself into the writing mood is I literally, I pick whatever song I'm going to write to, and I either loop it or I find Spotify radio, and I just blast that while I'm writing. And because I don't have an audio splitter, I can't play DMCA music yet. That might be something I'll look into eventually, because I would love to just do streams where I can play my own music. But that's something for later. Anyway, back into this. So, what was the one we just sorted? We just sorted, I think it was mutual pining. Or I can't remember exactly. It is what it is. Oh no, royalty AU, wasn't it? Yeah, royalty AU. Okay. Slow burn. I think it can be done well, especially with the fact that I'm a Hyde Duo fan. I think, yeah, actually, you know what? We might move this up. You know what? Hyde Duo actually might have made Slow burn into a favorite for me. Because, I'll always forever think of Rosa and Death Family from QSMP, which is Phil's family and Fit's family, because they did Slow burn so well, and it made so much sense for their characters to be slower into trusting one another, and it built such an established relationship between their characters in roleplay. I think Fit and Pax single-handedly brought Slow burn from, like, before I watched anything about Hyde Duo, probably B tier, to an S tier. Solely because of Hyde Duo. Slow burn is so good. Yeah. Especially if it's done really well. Like, it's getting that whole patience being rewarded feeling, and it's rare to find another trope in fanfiction that gives that same feeling. In that same way, I guess. Where it's those characters you're vouching for, or that finale you're finally vouching for hitting. It's very, very good. Soulmate AU. Look, this is probably, I've read too many of these, but I'm also a huge lover of these. I think soulmate, it's such a fascinating concept, only when done, because sometimes it's just frustrating. I guess those times mixed with other tropes. Yeah, I think that's where I'm hesitating to leave Slow burn next year, but we'll put it there for now. Actually, I don't know if it's a favorite of mine. Maybe we put it down in A tier. Actually, it'll be top A tier, but I don't think it's a favorite of mine. Yeah, I think that makes sense. But Soulmate AU. So, I've read a lot of these. It's probably the spiritual aspect of me talking, but I really like the idea that the universe, not just one specific soulmate for you, for an individual. I like the idea of a person having multiple soulmates, even if it's like friends or established life partners. You're so brave for having MCD on the top 3. I love some good MCD. I think it's fantastic. But yeah, I think soulmate would be, this isn't quite the vibe we're going for, but thank you. Platonic soulmates? Yeah, exactly. I love the idea of the universe setting up people for you to be close to, or like you're always going to end up near and they teach you a specific thing. I don't know. I was raised by a spiritual stepmother. I like the idea of the universe. It brings me a lot of comfort to be a part of something. So I think soulmate AUs are very high on my list. It's also probably heavily biased by the fact that one of my favorite stories growing up was all about soulmates. Like, it's a series that's still running to this day, and it's mainly digital. And it's this series called the Grey Wolves series by Quinn Loftus, I think is how you say her name. It's very good. Very, very good. So, I'd definitely be up there. Time Loop, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Time Loop. I think they're good, but I don't actively search them out. That's the thing. So I think it'd be here. Because I don't search them out to read. It's never really called to me as a fic. Plus, anything having to do with time and writing about time scares me. I always feel like I'd get the details confused. If that makes sense. Love triangle. This is going in here. I think I've seen too many love triangles at this point. I think I really like the idea of time loops as a trope, but actually reading them can sometimes bore me. Yeah, it's a whole reading them, and I don't think I have the proper capacity to tackle writing ones, so they've just never really called to me. But different people have different opinions, right? So. Unhappy ending. No, I can't. You can have sad endings, but I think it's important to have sad endings with character development written in. And unhappy endings just, I don't know. They, like, maybe here. Because I don't think it's overdone, but I don't personally read them. I'm a little conflicted where I'd put unhappy ending, actually. Because it depends on how it's written, I guess, would be the contributing factor for that for me. Like, if it makes sense with the story and the plot and with the direction the character's going, I think it because you always remember sad stories. Sometimes an unhappy ending is more impacting. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because that's basically what I was gonna say, is you always remember sad endings more than unhappy ending, or than happy endings. But then again, it depends how it's done. That's where I think I'm struggling, is like, if it's an unhappy ending, like, oh, I'm just gonna use this as an example because I fucking hated it. The nuke ending for Dream SMP. Fucking hated it. If we're basing it off that, it would definitely be low B tier, almost into C tier. It didn't feel like a good ending. It left a lot of people upset, and I agree with them. I just don't like it. But I think if it's done well, it can be good. So I'm trying to think, unhappy endings. What would be an unhappy ending that I've seen? I remember one that also turned out to be kind of Eternal Cycle, and oh boy, how good, but how sad it was. Yeah. So I'm trying to think of a specific storyline that I would have read that has an unhappy ending that's very high on my lists. You know what? Okay. If we're doing this, actually, unhappy ending, if this is going to be a bit of spoilers, but I don't care because this book series has been out for many, many years. Aragon, like the 4 series about the boy and his dragon, we'll put it in A if I'm basing it off that, because it was an unhappy ending in some cases, but I think it was done well. So I think it's going to go there. And I'm basing that solely on what I remember about reading from Aragon. Okay. Last one on the list. Unrequited love. I'm almost tempted to put it there. It would go above miscommunication, because miscommunication's bottom of the tier. But this is another one that I think I've just seen too much of, and it doesn't call to me. It depends how it's written, but I've just seen a lot of it, so I guess it's kind of tainted. Tainted? I don't know if that's a good word for it, but I mean, it kind of is. I've just seen it a lot. So. Now then, in terms of changing things around, am I going to change things around? I don't know. Let's think about this top row first. Canon divergence definitely top. Angst, I don't think those three are changing, or those four. I'd put established relationship above crackfic. Crackfic, fluff, missing scenes. I think that's a good list for S tier. Fuck it, actually, we'll put Fairy Tale up there, because I'm a sucker for a good fantasy story. I love fantasy. I think it gives a lot of creative freedom for the writer to play with. So, I like my good fantasy AUs and Fairy Tale AUs. Slow burn, top A feels right. Royalty, yeah, those all feel right. Body swap. I'd almost put body swap actually up here, because I think it's funny when it's done well, and it's a good palate cleanser sometimes in a story. Just to have that one-off, it would be kind of up there with crackfic in terms of like, it's a good reset in the story. Royal historical magic, yeah, those all feel right. Probably put coffee shop higher because I do like coffee shop. Fix it fic. I think I'm more, yeah, we'll put fix it up there. Because I'm definitely more likely to read a fix it fic, especially if it's a story that I wish ended differently. Like, I know probably a lot of my writing can count as fix it fics, because I took canon and changed it around for something for myself. So I think that would definitely be higher. So I think that, yeah, I think that's a good S tier and a good A tier. I think this would basically be my list. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good list. I mean, I do have a couple more lists that we could probably get our way through if people are down to chill for a little bit longer. I have one for each of the MCYT fandoms I've been in. So we could do one now that I'm... Actually, I'm gonna retire because it's an EP time. Glad to hang out here. Enjoy the stream. Thank you. I hope you enjoy as well, Termo, and have a good night. So I do have a Dream SMP and a QSMP character tier list that I could get my way quickly through and discuss the character archetypes if people are down to hear my opinions on those. And then I have a life series one we can go through too. I have a little bit of a crack fic or a crack tier list I can do as well. That's a little bit silly to end things off. But yeah, I think that would be my final list on fanfiction tropes. It's a little wild that I have canon divergence, angst, and major character death. I think I can hang out a little bit longer, but we'll also have to head out soon because I have work tomorrow. Yeah, that's fair, Zeph. I mean, the other idea I have is if we wanted to, I could just chill and I mean, I could just go back to my Minecraft world and fish and chill and chat with people for a bit longer, but we'll see. If people are down to hear my opinions on Dream SMP characters, especially now that it's a few years removed, we can do that. I'd be down for that, yeah? Alright. Okay, then we can absolutely do that. Alright. So, there's a couple Dream SMP characters I'm not sure if I'm going to specifically rate, but we shall see. And yeah, I think this is a good list. Names. Usually I like messing with the tier list names, but if we're just doing it on stream, why not? So, I found the best one I could with the most amount of it, and look, we're gonna do this based specifically off the characters. We're gonna make that clear right off the bat, alright? So only the characters I'm talking about here. Because I feel like that's a good distinction to have before I start talking about this. Sounds good to people? So starting off, Alyssa, yes, she never really called out to me. I liked Antfrost as a character, actually. I thought he was really cool, and I feel like I missed out with learning about Antfrost, especially with the Red Banquet. I think Antfrost lore around the Red Banquet was really cool. Sam! Okay, okay, okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. I love Sam. I'm a huge sucker for morally gray characters. I loved Sam. He was so tragic, but I loved him so much. So Sam, I never watched a lot about Sam Nook, but I did like what he was going for with Sam Nook, but Sam as a character, I love him. He's a delight and a dear. Bad Boy Halo. Yeah, I'd put up an I Like You specifically because of the Red Banquet lore. Because the Red Banquet and the Egg lore was like the first lore I watched a lot about on Dream SMP. And I thought Bad's like Red Banquet lore was really fucking sick. I thought it was cool. Boomer. I don't know. This would be like it's not my... Okay, we're gonna change this because that feels a little bit harsh. I'm neutral towards Boomer. I thought Boomer was cool, but I also didn't watch a lot of it, so I don't know. Callahan, I don't know. He never really called out to me, so yeah. Quackity! Alright. See Quackity. I didn't watch enough Quackity lore. I will be straight up with that. I only watched his like last 3 or 4 lore streams, but oh my god, Quackity. Quackity, Quackity, Quackity. What is it with you and writing fantastic characters? Jesus fucking Christ. Yes, S tier, 110%. One of the best written characters on that damn server. Hands down. Easy. Easy. Michael, I liked what he did for the plot, but Michael wasn't really... He wasn't a character, he was an NPC. So, putting him in neutral. Connor Eats Pants, specifically for him joining the Syndicate last minute, I'm putting him in trying. Because I thought that was hilarious. I don't know why he was there. I don't know why he showed up in that lore stream. But you know what? Fuck it. He's an enigma. I'm here for it. Okay. This is going to be a little bit of a fun one. So real. Yeah. Alright. Dream. So, solely based on the character... Based on the character, I'm putting him here. Because he plays a fantastic villain. And we're not going to talk about the fact how there's probably a reason for that. But I think he plays a fantastic villain, even if I don't like the CC. Sound good? XD, his whole torture with Foolish... Hilarious. Fantastic. I loved him building the statue. But I'm also probably biased because when I started watching Dream SMP live, in quotations, it was Foolish building the XD statue. So I'm probably a bit biased. Drista, yeah, it's down there with Callahan. Eret. Okay, okay, okay. Top of the list. We're putting Eret top of the list. Okay? In terms of characters, I relate to see Eret far more than I'd like to discuss. I only discovered them near the end, and I wish I discovered them sooner, and I love C. Eret. I think their character is wonderful, and I always admire a character who's willing to archive history, even if it's painful. Mainly because I can see myself doing that. I love C. Eret. I think C. Eret was amazing. Aaron. I didn't watch enough of Aaron. I know there was going to be a whole plot point between Aaron becoming a Knight of Hope or like learning from Eret, but that never ended up happening, and I'm kind of sad it didn't, because that always seemed really interesting. I don't know. You know what? We'll put it up here just specifically for that plot, but like, meh. Foolish! Okay, Foolish, my beloved. He didn't really have much in terms of a character, if we're gonna be honest, because Foolish doesn't really do established lore, but Foolish Red Banquet Foolish specifically, which I think is what the skin is it this skin from that, or is that Las Nevadas? I can't remember. Anyway, Foolish, specifically Red Banquet Foolish, is fantastic. I love them. I love him stepping up and sacrificing himself for Eret. That plot point always hit me hard, and I'm always going to be attached to Foolish's summer home. That was one of my favorite builds on the Dream SMP, besides maybe the Royal Archives. So, Fundy. I feel like I didn't learn enough about Fundy in terms of lore to make a good judgment, but from everything I've heard about Fundy, I did like his lore. I think he's incredibly tragic, especially with the way his character ended, but I think he was always written to be tragic, which is interesting. So I like Fundy as a character. Nope, I'm not even touching that with a 10-foot pole. I fucking hated his character. Ghost Boo, or whatever we're calling this. I think Ghost Boo was a cool storyline. I don't think they had enough time to develop what they wanted to do with that, though, which kind of leaves it lacking. So, eh. Hannah. I liked Hannah's betrayal during Red Banquet. I thought that was very interesting. I didn't watch the bank lore with Sam and Hannah, so I'm not sure how that ended, which kind of sucks, so I don't know. I think Hannah would go in neutral, because I don't know enough about Hannah in terms of lore to discuss it. H-Bomb. H-Bomb! Yeah, I'd put him up and I like him. I thought he was cool. I especially liked the Knights of Hope that Eret was going to do with H-Bomb and Foolish. But he's not a favorite character of mine from that server. He would just be up here in the I like you sort of idea. Like, he'd probably be here in terms of characters. Schlatt? Okay. I think Schlatt played exactly what he was supposed to, and he did fantastic for it. Therefore, he's going up here. Move over, Fundy. I think Schlatt played exactly the role he intended, and it was fantastic, and he took no shit. And looking back, I actually really like Schlatt as a character. I think that was a cool decision. Carl, okay. So, solely Tales of the SMP, I'm putting him up here. I wish Schlatt was such a good villain. Yeah, exactly. Like, Schlatt's character, especially in Manberg versus Pogtopia, advanced the storyline so much that I have to give him a high ranking. Like, he set out to play exactly the character he wanted, and I think it's wonderful. Carl, as well. Like, I came into the fandom because I was watching Amigops, which kind of led me into watching Carl Jacobs and Corpse. So I started the Dream SMP by watching a lot of Carl's content. And I think Carl's Tales of the SMP are some of the best episodes that came from that server in terms of lore. Like, I think it's canon to the main lore anyway, so that's why I'm referencing it. I think Carl's lore was amazing. It always seemed really interesting. So he's going up there. Laser beam, I don't know. He's I'd put him up there. Laser grew on me. And this might also be me talking from Techno's last video that Tommy edited, where he's spending a good chunk of time with Laser. But they have a very similar mindset, and I thought Laser was fun. He didn't really do much for the plot in Dream SMP, so actually we should probably put him down in neutral, because that bias was based off that last video I saw. But I don't know, he always got along with Techno really well. Like him and Vicstar, I have a very specific memory of him meeting up with Techno and Vicstar, and they just have a funny moment together. I don't know. Maybe we'll put him here. Like we put him like right near the end of here, I think. That makes sense. Mexican Dream. I don't know. Because I know it's Quackity playing it, but it always felt a little bit odd to me. Yeah, he's going there. There's something about that character that just made me feel a little weird. Michael McChill. He's one I never got that much into his lore, but I did like everything I could see, and I heard that he was doing like a radio broadcast was his lore, and that's really fucking cool. I think he's really cool. And the fact that he was given like a sword by Filza, I remember that specific point. And he was around a lot near the end, so Michael McChill's up there. He's also a chill streamer. I really like him. Okay, so this is solely based off the character. That's it. I think he'd go here. Yeah. I think C. Wilbur would go here. Because he did have a good plot. And he did drive the main storyline quite a bit. But I think there were other ones that far outshone that content. Like Quackity and Errett and Sam for me. Nikki! Okay, Nikki. Simply chef's kiss. That works perfectly. I adore her. Amazing. Wonderful. She's just... Yes. Yes. Always. Nikki's amazing. I adore her, both her and her character. So this is where it's gonna get a little bit fun. Because if we're talking C. Filza, I wasn't the biggest fan of C. Filza. I like him, but I think I liked him more with the duos he was with. But he did have good Syndicate lore, and he did have a good ending. So we're going to put him up there, but he's going to be near the bottom because it's always kind of phrased itself in my head that C. Phil walked so Q. Filza could run. Because out of all of Phil's characters, I think I like Q. Filza the best. C. Filza was always kind of, I could go either way with him. I'm off to school now. The tier list is looking amazing and agree. Nice. Sounds good. I hope you enjoy, Smo. Punk. I always felt so bad for Punk. Have a good stream. Thanks. Punk, I'm not sure. Because, like, Punk drove quite a bit of the plot, and Punk's lemon tree was burned down like 4 or 5 times. Like, I felt really bad for Punk. I thought Punk's Red Banquet lore was kind of cool too. So we'll put him, yeah, Bad Boy Halo makes sense. We'll put them there. No. Actually, yep. Purpled. So I wish Toxie was here, because Toxie would be going crazy. It took me, I didn't know much about Purpled, but knowing what I do now, I think I'd put him up there. He had a really interesting story, especially with Las Nevadas. And I really, really liked his alien, like his planet, or his spaceship build. I thought that was really cool. Purpled and S, I know that's right. Yeah. I thought, actually, he'd probably even, yeah, I think I'd put him right here. Yeah, that makes sense. I think he was really cool. And I wish we got more with Purpled. Not gonna lie. Nope. We're not even gonna go there. Because Sapnap's character wasn't the greatest anyway. Charlie Slimesicle. I have to. I'll forever have that fucking monologue he made at the end of the last Nevada stream stuck in my head. Forever. Why is Charlie so good at writing characters? I don't understand. Give me some of that magic. Charlie Slimesicle, the man that you are, writing characters, you drive me insane. Seriously. Why are your characters so tragic, and why do I love them? Just, yes. And if we're talking about characters Charlie's played, the character he played in that Maze, Tales of the SMP, Charlie's monologues always hit. Yeah, Zeph, you know where I'm going with this. That Maze monologue he did in Tales of the SMP, fuck, man. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. So easy S tier for Charlie Slimeskull. Easy S tier. Skeppy, I don't know. Didn't see you're trying. I respect it. He didn't stick out to me. I noticed they don't have Amesy or CPK on here, which kind of sucks, because I probably would have put both of them up in S tier, because I liked both Amesy and CPK's characters. I think they were really good. Techno. Alright, you all know where Techno's going. I was doomed from the get-go, and that's playing off the fact that I watched Doomsday first. Of course he's top of the list. I fucking love Techno's character. Techno, his character is a delight to me. I'll always be fond of him. He's like that whole joke about the war criminals being baby girls, like that's my baby girl. He's my boy. Techno can do no wrong. Those countries got in his way. I love him. Top of the list. Jack Manifolds. He was good. I liked him. I liked that whole plot point of him coming alive just out of spite to kill Tommy. I thought that was funny. But he wouldn't be top of the list for me. Tina would be up here, I think. So I did like Tina, but I don't know if she was really even playing a character or doing much lore. So we're gonna put her there. Tommy in it. Alright, see Tommy. I think it's valid we put him up here. I've been having a personal see Jack resurgence. I love his character so much. Yeah, Zeph, I don't know the most about C Jack, so please feel free to go off about him to me in DMs, because he does seem very interesting, and I was always curious. Anyway, see Tommy, I liked him. That whole joke about you find him annoying at first, I absolutely did. I wasn't the biggest fan of Tommy as a person or as a character, but developing over the storyline, he grew on me. I liked him a lot, but if we're talking out of those characters, Tubbo's above that for me. Tubbo might even be like here for characters for me, because I think C Tommy was great. No, honestly, I recently kind of rediscovered his lore, so I'll probably be brainstorming his character as DMs because I want to write him more. Please, feel free to go off. I know C Jack and C Nikki. Revengers on top. Oh my god, I didn't even notice I did that. Now I can't change that. But yeah, no, absolutely. Like, out of Clingy Duo, I related to Tubbo's character more. I thought Tommy had some great points, but I didn't relate to Tommy as much as I did C Tubbo. So I think C Tubbo was much higher on the list for me. And there's only a couple more. Vicstar. I can't separate Vicstar and Laserbeam, so we'll put them there. C Puffy. I didn't... Okay, so this is Ghost Burr, I'm realizing, because they have revived Burr down here as well. So Ghost Burr... I don't know. I liked Ghost Burr. I think I liked Ghost Burr. Puffy, I don't know that, like, I know Puffy was pretty big in terms of being against the egg, but I know Puffy and Nikki were playing up something with their characters, but it always felt like they got overshadowed. And I don't know the most about Puffy. So I think actually Puffy would go up here with like Aunt Frost. Where I like them and I know that they were trying, but they weren't like a very liked or loved character for me. And Revived Bear. I don't know. Yeah, I maybe up here, I think, for Revived Bear. But I don't know if I'd go higher than that. Yeah, because I think I'd put him there. It's like, as I said, C Techno's story called to me a lot more than anything Wilbur ever did on the Dream SMP. And I know he's an important part of the main story, but I always preferred the stories outside of that compared to that storyline. I always describe this as whenever people get into something or something becomes big, like there's a very specific love in a piece of media, my attention always tends to go towards the underdog, which is why I think Eret and Tubbo are very high on this list for me, because I relate a lot more to the underdog characters than I do the ones that everybody loves, if that makes sense. Yeah, and I can't change Revengers at the top, can I? Or Dap Duo. The question is, would I put Quackity or Slime above each other? I don't know, because both of them are very good. And Sam's, yeah, I think that top tier makes sense for me. Actually, I'd almost put, I don't know if I'd put Carl higher. Because it feels like Carl and Foolish should be about the same level for me. But Carl actually had established lore compared to Foolish, where Foolish had like the lightning powers, but nothing was, and then him being, oh, but him being immortal. Right, that lore. So Foolish actually might be up here. I'll forever have his destruction of the egg arc, like that like 5-minute clip of him destroying the egg because the egg couldn't hurt him because he was immortal. I thought that was hilarious when he's like giggling to himself destroying it. It was funny. So yeah, I think Foolish would go there. I think that's a pretty good list though. Yeah, but I don't know. I'm so conflicted because obviously I'm biased because of the CC, but I do appreciate the character he was trying to play. Ghost Boo might be higher actually. Actually, let's do Ghost Boo at the top, because I thought that was like, this is Rainbow's character actually technically as well. It looks like it's not just specifically Ghost Boo. So actually, if we put, I'd probably put Rainbow up here if we're talking Rainbow as a character and not just Ghost Boo. Because Zeph and I were kind of discussing this earlier, but like I didn't get a lot into Rainbow's specific lore and character. I wrote them a couple times, but I inserted a lot of my own headcanons. I didn't really write the most based on Rainbow's specific lore. So like I've never seen like the Panic Room stream or anything like that, so I don't know the most about the actual character. But I don't know, I thought he would would I put Rainbow higher? I might put Rainbow I don't think he'd go above Carl though, because I'm so attached to Tails of the SMP. I really liked Tails of the SMP, so I think that would be my ranking in terms of Dream SMP characters. Because just, yeah, I think that's a good ranking. Although I'd probably put Skeppy above these two. Would I put him above Tina? Yeah, Red Banquet lore specifically, I think I'd put Skeppy above Tina. Actually, if we're going specific Red Banquet, that feels right for Skeppy. So I'll never get that lore stream of Skeppy and Bad out of my head where Skeppy lets himself get taken over by the egg. I always thought that was really cool and actually a really good story. It seemed interesting. It was a cool arc. I think that would be my list in terms of Dream SMP characters. Okay. Now I have a QSMP character list I can also get my way through. Because I do have pretty good stream stamina going right now. I don't know how much longer you can stick around. It's cool if you have to go, Zeph. This will probably be mainly for myself anyway. But that's probably what I'll do next. So I don't think I'd do too much more changing around on these. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good list of how things go. I think I gotta unfortunately go. No, that's fair. I know it's getting late for you, so it is all good. I'm thinking... I hope you have a good rest of your day. Yeah, sounds good. I'm thinking maybe, because I have every other Tuesday off, I could maybe do like an earlier stream on Tuesday so you can come hang out whenever I'm doing a Tuesday stream. Or my Thursday streams might be later. I don't know. We're playing around with some things and figuring things out. I'm going to try and set up a stream schedule, but I'm also terrible about sticking to schedules, so we'll see. Oh yeah, that sounds fun. Okay, sounds good. I hope you have a good night. And we shall switch to talking about QSMP characters. And I think this will be the last tier list I do before I end stream. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, bye. Bye, Zeph. I'll see you later. Thanks for coming to hang out. Alright. QSMP characters. Let's go. Et toi. S tier. Easy. Easy clap. S tier. Done. A is gonna be liked. I think B will be neutral, probably. Actually, S tier will be favorite, A will be loved, B will be liked, C will be neutral, I think. We're just gonna do that for the sake of keeping myself so, like, A Pierre. I don't know. I knew he had something interesting, I'm not the biggest fan of the CC, so A Pierre's going there. Bagheera, S tier. At this point, I think most of Bolas will be going into S tier, but I think Bagheera had a really, really cool character, especially with her Federation background, that I wish she got to expand upon. And I think Bolas was a fantastic thing, so definitely top. I really enjoyed Bolas. Antoine. I liked Antoine. I didn't know enough about Antoine to really know that much about him. Actually, we'll probably call this the inactive tier. So maybe we'll do a neutral here. And then this is do not like DNI. We're just going to stick with DNI because that's funny. And inactive, because Kometo was never that active, so. But yeah, Antoine, I liked Antoine. I thought Antoine was interesting, especially with those, like, weird identity stuff, right? I thought he, like, the fact that he's just this nameless creature, or like this deity, or some sort of outside force was wild, and I thought it was cool. Baji. I do love Baji. I don't think I learned enough about her character to put her in S tier, but I did really like Baji. And if I'm going back and learning about characters eventually, which I probably will, Baji's top of the list. I really do want to write something based off Baji as well. That whole, like, vampire lore she was gonna go with, I really liked the whole her turning into a vampire and then Tina being a demon. I mean, lesbians for the win, let's go. So I think that's great. Sell that! Okay. If we're talking, I think that would be how, well, actually, I really like the Toi's code monster lore. But I don't know. I feel weird separating chainsaw killers. I can't do it. So I think Bagheera and Selbit are going to stay near each other. But Etoile had such cool lore with the codes that I wish I learned more about. So we'll leave that in that list for now. Phelps, let's be honest, Phelps was basically an enigma himself. He showed up every now and then. He was there a lot at the beginning. He wasn't as much at the end. I'm just leaving him in inactive because he'd be down there with like Dan TDM. Like, if it's under 10 streams, they're going in inactive. Like, Mike. I wish I learned more about Q Mike. Q Mike seems cool. He seems, yeah. I really liked the murder mystery builds. I really liked all the mini games he was building with Pac. I think Tasercraft was really cool, especially with their Mind Link lore. That I'm still not sure if it's actually canon or not, but the fact that him and Pac could Mind Link was really cool. But I think you'll know where my opinion on Pac is. It feels weird separating Tasercraft, but Pac called to me so much as a character. I don't know. I see myself a lot in Pac, and that makes Pac an automatic S tier for me because I related a lot to Pac. Bad Boy Halo, in terms of a character, I'd put him in S tier. I wasn't that vocal about it, especially with some of the things surrounding Bad as a CC, but I think as a character, he was very, very interesting. I especially really liked how he cared for all the kids, and he took care of like all the children when people weren't around, and I think Bad was basically the glue of that server in a lot of ways because he made friends with every group no matter what, right? So I do like Bad as a character. The next on the list, Fit. I have to put Fit a little bit above Pac because if we're talking about characters, Fit's called to me a bit more as a character because I really liked his whole damaged veteran from the wasteland slowly opening up to people and discovering love. In fact, that might nearly put them both above Etoile for me because I can't separate Hyde Duo, not even on a list. Those two are a package deal. But Fit, I only found Fit near the end of the QSMP, and I wish I had found him sooner, like in terms of him being my main POV. Because I always knew of Fit because of, obviously, with Filza. He was always hanging out with Filza, especially in the early days. But I think me finding him near the end was the perfect time for me to find him. Especially when he was developing everything with Pac. I don't know. Their relationship ended up meaning a shit ton to me. I didn't quite expect or realize how much it would mean to me, but it does. Jaden, yeah. As I said, I think most of Bolas is going to be going into S tier because I did love Bolas as a grouping. And I know it was biased looking back, but like Bolas was just amazing. Bolas would be like, Jaden would be going up there along with her Federation lore, especially with her trusting Cucurucho and being one of the only people who actively got along with Cucurucho. I thought that was really interesting, and that calls a lot to my love of underdog characters. So I think Jaden's easy S tier. This is going along with I cannot separate them. Foolish. I can't separate Chaos Twins, nor can I separate Land Duo. So I think they're all going up there. Because Jaden and Foolish, I don't think I spent as much time with them as I should have, and it's definitely something I've heavily debated going back and rewatching Foolish's QSMP VODs, which might happen still. And I know the moment that happens, I'm going to be going insane over Foolish and Jaden. Because that whole idea of you can only trust each other, it's so good. It's so good. They're so good. I'm counting Linnea as inactive. I didn't watch enough about Linnea to know. So, yeah, I don't know. Nikki, like, ugh. I don't know if she wouldn't be under inactive because she was definitely active on the QSMP. But I don't know if I would be able to put her up in S tier. She'd definitely be high, like, I really like her as a character. But I don't think she had enough time to develop. So I think that's why she would go there. Easy clap. Easy clap. I love Q-Filza. That, if that isn't apparent from my writing, I fucking love Q-Phil. I think, again, as I said earlier, C-Phil walked so Q-Phil could run. I loved Phil as a character. He's such a delight and dear. And he's amazing. Charlie Slimesicle. He'd be going along, I think, with Nikki in terms of, I don't know if he had enough time to develop, but I really liked him on Bolas. So I think he'd be going there. Especially with the whole Code Flipa lore. Like, he was so tragic, but so good. Tina, I can't separate her from Baji. I wish... I need to look more into T-Duo. I really do. I especially need to watch back T-Duo in Purgatory. Tubbo! Yeah. S tier. S tier. At that high on S tier? I'm not sure though. Maybe I put him like down here. Because I really liked his creation lore. I thought it was really cool. He did spend a lot of time on that server. Actually, I can't separate Morning Crew. I think yep, Morning Crew, those three. Yep, I think that makes sense. Iron Mouse. I didn't watch enough of Iron Mouse. I liked seeing Mouse whenever she came along in other streams, but I didn't search out Mouse to watch, so I don't know. Quackity. Oh, Quackity. I think, yeah. I like him, but I didn't search him out. So, him and the Watcher lore, that was interesting, but eh. Luthu. I wish Luthu and Phil got more time to hang out. I really, really do. Like, they were so good together on day one, and then we barely got them since. And it sucks. I don't know the most about Luthu and Aaron in terms of the lore. I think I've read off the wiki what I could, but I don't know. I really liked Luthu and Lula's dynamic. And that one time that Lula went to hang out with Luthu, I think that was really cute. That was really sweet. Kare, I don't know. Kare I'm kind of neutral on. I say all of Bolas at the top, but I don't think I had enough time to get attached to Kare. He was always a little bit too much energy for me, I think. Oh god, Mariana. Am I separating Misclick Duo? I might have to. Yeah. Because, like, Mariana was good. Don't get me wrong. He didn't call to me in the same way, I guess. Can we make it so, like... There we go. Misclick Duo. German, again, inactive. I didn't get enough time to like pull. Like, I liked him from a distance, and I always enjoyed when him and Foolish saw each other because they always made each other laugh, even just by being in the same presence. So, Misa! I can't separate Death Duo, can I? No, I can't. Yeah. Misa wasn't on as much as I think any of us would have liked, which kind of sucks, and they were kind of doomed by time zones, being England and Mexico. But it was always fantastic when they interacted. So, I think S tier. That makes sense. Max. Oh, Max. Oh, Max. Yeah, I think that makes sense for Max. Max always seemed really interesting, but I don't think I got into him enough. His whole death in purgatory did hit, though. Him and Jaden's, Jesus Christ. Like, oh god, I don't think I'll ever get over that. Rivers, I don't know enough about. Royer, this, This is specifically Royer. I can't, ugh. It feels bad to separate Spider-Bit, but Royer didn't quite call to me as much. I don't know. I really liked Bolas, and I really liked Cellbit's lore. Then again, I saw some things surrounding Royer and Cellbit when it comes to Cellbit's lore. Like, I didn't watch a lot of Cellbit's lore when it was originally coming out because I was pretty focused on Philza. But knowing what I do about Cellbit's lore, yeah, I think Royer would. I feel bad separating chainsaw killers, but I could just do, yeah. I think that makes sense. Alright. Rubius, I don't know enough about. Spreen, inactive. Dead. Same with Vegeta. I don't know enough about Vegeta. Willy Rex, yeah, I don't know. See, I don't know if I count these guys as I'm not going to count them as inactive because they just didn't get the chance to be on there. So I think neutral makes sense. The Code Monster. I think the Code Monster did amazing things to the plot, but the Code Monster is also a dick. So actually, we're going to put the Code Monster up there. Let's do that. Oh my goodness. And actually, I think we'd put Maxo. Yeah, I think that makes sense for Maxo. I'm trying to keep Misclick Duo in the same line. The Watcher. Okay. I thought the Watcher was actually really cool. So maybe the Watcher goes up here too. We can fix Misclick Duo later. But yeah, I think the Watcher and Purgatory was a really cool storyline. And I think the Watcher's a little shit, but I liked the Watcher. I don't know. Purgatory had a lot of fandom bias, which I understand. But it's also probably one of my favorite events that happened from that server. Purgatory or Prison. I'm not sure if I could decide which would be my favorite. The Duck. I don't know, but the Duck. He wasn't around enough. He kind of showed up and was in some videos, and then we never saw him again. So I don't know. Cucurucho. I liked Cucurucho. Cucurucho goes up there. Actually, would Cucurucho go in S tier? Cucurucho might go in S tier. He was a little shit, but I liked him. It's a little hilarious I put him next to Bad, especially with how that story ended. Dark Cucurucho. I don't think Dark Cucurucho got enough time to develop. And I didn't watch a lot of the specific QSMP streams, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I don't think so. Walter Bob, I appreciated from afar, but I didn't know enough about Walter Bob. I know he was important in Tasercraft lore, but I didn't know enough about the character to make a true opinion. I do like him, but Walter Bob might even go there, actually. Because I liked him, but I don't know enough about him. Oh god, Fred. Oh god, Fred. I don't know. There, I guess? It does amuse me that Fred was specifically created to keep Tubbo in line. And then things ended up happening between them. Or at least Fred did. I don't know. Elena... I think she was good, but she didn't get enough time. That's kind of what this list in the middle is becoming, is I don't think they had enough time to develop. I think this is the worker that Bad kept in his basement, so I don't know the most about him, so he's gonna go, or they're gonna go there. Does that space things out a little bit more? Yeah, it does. I should have done that at the beginning. Oh well. The eye workers. I didn't like them. I didn't like them. I just, yeah. I think it's a plot device. That was definitely a choice. But I didn't like how it happened, if that makes sense. Same with, like, yeah, actually, same with all the bunnies, I think. I know where they were going with the bunnies, but, nah. They didn't have the same personality as Cucurucho. And I really, really like Cucurucho. The capybaras, I think they were fun in terms of NPCs. Fred might even go higher in terms of NPCs as well. But I don't know if he'd go above T-Duo. Or Quackity. Maybe right there. To be honest, if I'm thinking about it with Kare, I'm probably more neutral on Kare. Because I did enjoy his time in the QSMP, but meh. Now the next, I know one is Royer's like, yeah. Can't remember. I can't remember how to say it. Abloyer? I can't remember. But, I'm just checking my phone. I don't know. I didn't watch enough about him, so we're probably... Actually, we'll just put him in neutral. I don't know these characters, so we're gonna put them in an active. I think they had something to do with the resistance. Like this guy looks like, I think, a resistance character. Like I think this might have been one of the guys in Fitz lore, but I can't remember, so he's going down there. Because I don't know if this would be inactive or if I should add another row for I do not know, maybe. Yeah, we're gonna do that. These guys, I don't know. They were important at the beginning, but it doesn't feel like they really gave too much to the plot. So, I think I'd do that with those two. Or would they be more neutral? They might be more neutral. Yeah, I think we're gonna go more neutral for them. Actually, I didn't really like the duck now that I'm thinking about it. Like, he was there. He was alright. But he kind of disappeared. We're not sure what happened with the duck. These little guys from Purgatory. I thought they were pretty cool. I think they were very good. God. The next part is gonna hurt though, because it's all the eggs. Ugh. Okay. Gag. S tier. Right beside where he deserves. Right beside Slime Skull. I think Gag was funny. Should we just put all the eggs with their parents? That feels about right. Or like one of their parents. Because Dapper, yeah. I didn't spend enough time watching Bad's point of views, but I always liked seeing Dapper's chaos. I thought they were very funny. I believe Dapper went by all pronouns as well, right? So we're gonna use they, she, all of them. Dapper was very cool. I liked them a lot. She did some insane shit on there, which always amused me, so. Palm. What do I do with Palm? Palm, put her between the French. I think that makes sense. I really liked Palm. Out of all the eggs, I would either relate myself closest to Palm or Lula, I think, in terms of personalities. Or Empanada. I really liked Empanada as well. Like, out of the newer eggs, I don't know, all three of the Egg Island eggs were so good. They're so good. So Chai and Lula, I can't separate them. We cannot separate them. They are a package deal. The Death family stays top of S tier, and I think that makes sense. Rich Ass, of course. Although we'll put him like right between his parents. How's that? Rich ass. Oh, rich ass. Rich ass. I'm rolling my R's, but rich ass, like, oh, he's such a little chaotic gremlin. And I believe rich ass also used all pronouns. But I always admired rich ass chaos from a distance. And then I learned that the person behind Rich Ass learned English because of techno, and that just shot Rich Ass like right to the top of my egg tier list in terms of characters I always enjoyed seeing. Rich Ass was so fun and such a delight and such a dear. Same with Leo. Oh, Leo. Oh, Leo. I loved Leonardo. Yeah. I think it's a little funny that Phil and Foolish end up right beside each other, because they were the ones who ended up caring for 2 eggs by themselves near the end. But Leo always amused me. Leo and Sunny's rivalry to like neighbors / living together because their parents did, fantastic, amazing. I wish that storyline was better. Or got expanded more, I suppose. Ramon. Yep, right up there. Right between his parents. Easy clap. Like, if we did just a tier list based on eggs, I feel like I'd that would be painful. But also, Ramon. Ugh. I think Ramon is such a new love for me compared to Chai and Lula, because I only started watching Fit near November, December of QSMP, where Phil I started at the beginning. But once I learned a little bit more about Ramon and how him and Fit, it was only them 2 against the world, they really called to me. Juana Flipa. I don't know. Should we put Juana Flipa with Mariana? I can't separate Juana Flipa from her parents, but I don't know. I thought it was hilarious when she shot Phil, to be honest. I thought that was funny. When Charlie was going insane. Or not going insane, but when Phil was going insane. But because I think she was also the cause of Phil's technical first death on the QSMP was Juana Flipa, and that's iconic. Yeah, yeah. But I don't know. Maybe Code Flipa can go up with Geg and Charlie Slimeskull. And then Juana Flipa stays with Mariana. Yeah. Because I think the Cracks is supposed to be Code Flipa. Bobby! Okay. I can't separate Bobby and Jaden. Bobby. Bobby was one of the eggs I wanted to go back and watch. And then everything happened with Bobby and it got too tragic. I can't do it. But I really love Bobby. I thought he was fun. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. T-Lean. Yeah, she'd be going up with her dad, but I don't think T-Lean got enough time to develop either. Because T-Lean was one of the first eggs that died, right? Same with Trump. I'd be putting them with their parents, but I didn't get attached to them as much because I didn't have enough time, I guess. Sunny! Yep. I'm definitely just lining them all up with their parents because I don't think I can actually... I can't separate them from their parents, nor can I do their rankings, I don't think. I'm too attached to all the eggs, if that makes sense. I can't separate Empanada from her mom's either. This is not something that can be separated. Which means I might move Mouse up there, actually. But I don't know. The mom village? Yeah, I can't separate the mom village. I technically did with Jaden being on top, but we're doing bolas logic for that one, so. Pepito! Pepito. Pepito. Petito. Yeah. No, wait. There. Yep. Pepito. But Pepito. I didn't catch enough of Raya and Selbit streams with Pepito, but I did catch Foolish, Leo, and Pepito. So I think I'm gonna put Pepito there because I really liked their dynamic. And I always thought it was funny with Pepito and Bad Boy Halo. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And Chunsik. Yeah. Chunsik, I wish, again, got more time to develop. It's sad that Chunsik didn't. I think it would have been really interesting if Chunsik had more time to develop, but sadly they did not. So, it is what it is. I was kind of waiting because my one friend was supposed to go live in a little bit and I was going to send you over to them, but I'm not sure how long it's going to be. So, this is a much longer stream than I usually go for anyway. But, yeah. I think that would be my final ranking in terms of QSMP characters. Because Death and Rosa family, of course, will always be near the top. But I really liked Selbit too. So, like, I didn't watch enough of Selbit's lore specifically, but I learned a lot about it from other people, and I thought Selbit was really cool. So, Selbit would definitely be near the top of the list. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I don't know what I could do for 13 minutes more to get us to 4 hours, but that'll probably be about the time I wrap it up. Because I only intended to go for like 2, so 4 hours is pretty ridiculous. Unless we want to hop on my Minecraft world for a bit, I could do that and just chill. Maybe do some fishing, hang out. Yeah, I think, because I had one more cracked tier list I was gonna go through of like reading fanfic, but yeah, I don't know. I think these are good places to stop off at. And I'll probably save these tier lists for myself to look back on later. But yeah, I could start putting together a list of games we wish to play as well. Actually, yeah, let's do that. I'm going to just switch back to my background. Save these for later. Guess we should be able to. I'm gonna pull up a new sticky note. I'm gonna start making a list of games to potentially play for stream, because we can do that. Let's see. New source. Window capture. Sticky notes. Oh, it doesn't count as a rep. Okay. Oh, wait. It's not what I meant to do. 1 second. I don't think it'll let me just open up a specific. So let's see this through Google Doc actually. We'll see when I do that one. We'll see. I do have to plan my next stream, and I'm not sure. It's definitely, I don't know if it's going to be any time for the rest of the weekdays, because I do work Wednesday through Friday, and I'll have to see when my friends want to play games. So maybe on the weekend, potentially I do another stream, and we could start Stardew Valley Expanded. Maybe I'll do it in like the afternoon on Saturday or something like that, or maybe evening of Sunday. We'll see. Potentially evening of Sunday I could do actually. So maybe Sunday. What would that be? Sunday the 4th? I have plans for the afternoon of Sunday, but I don't have plans for the evening of Sunday, so we could do Stardew. I had put in the list Rune Factory 4 because I thought that would be fun, and the next time it goes on sale on Steam, I'll pick it up. Tavern Talk, which is one that my best friend recommended, so I think that would be another fun one to do. Yeah, there we go. I have wanted to revisit Subnautica, so if people would be down for me being absolutely nerdy about Subnautica, that could be something we start. I also... on the off chance we could do some of those. But I do know a good chunk about those, so that could be something to revisit for later. Valheim, Valheim sometimes freezes my computer, so I'm a little bit worried about streaming it. But I did do a good major clear out of my computer earlier, so hopefully that'll help with the dust a little bit more. What other games could we do? I do like the idea of doing more visual novel games, but that would also be a lot of reading, but that might be interesting. It could be fun to do. Hmm. I've also debated, like, once Vault Hunters come out, playing that, but I'm also pretty terrible at Minecraft, like, player, like, fighting. So I'm not sure about that one. That's why I've kind of hesitated to put myself through Decked Out as well. Because it does seem like fun, but I don't play enough of combat or running around Minecraft to be, excuse me, good at those. Pull up my Steam and go through some things. You can see what's on my wish list to go through. There's this old game that people played. Supermarket Simulator. That one's. Survivors. Yep. I enjoy that game a lot. Astroneer? Astroneer might be fun. I think with Astroneer I'd want to play it with friends. But it's also been so long since I played Astroneer, so who knows. Slime Rancher! That's actually going much higher on the list. I'd be so down to read. Extension setup, right? Cults of the Lamb would be really fun. This one, of course, the moment Zeph disappears. Of course I bring this up now, but City Skylines. I do own the first one. That could be a fun one to potentially do on stream. If we ever wanted to do a chill stream as well, unpacking. I think that could be fun for like a late night stream for just chilling. If you ever... When I feel the urge. I do own both of them. And if you want to see me go through my crazy zombies phase, where I was actually pretty decent, we could do that as a one-off one day. Why not? This is an old one, but I really liked Game Dev Tycoon. Raft. I feel like Raft might be fun to attempt, especially if I got some friends together for Raft. Let's see what's on my wish list. See if there's anything that's very interesting to me on my wish list. It is getting about the time that we can wrap up as well, though, too. So. Because I think 4 hours is a good mark to leave it off on. Oh, actually, there's Little Kitty Big City. I think that would be a fun one to do on stream. And of course, I feel like the moment I give in and getting Power Wash Simulator is only gonna potentially happen maybe for a follower goal, but I really want to play Selbit's game, so we're adding Enigma of Fear. I'm terrified of horror games, but I can't. I have to. Like it has to go on the list. Enigma of Fear, yep, done. My partner would love me adding this, but I've never played it, so Hi-Fi Rush. My partner rants and raves about that game and says it's amazing. This one might have to be one that I do off my PlayStation, but I have set up my PlayStation for streaming before, so we could do The Last of Us 1 on stream, depending how people feel. Oh, that Tiny Glade game. I'm not sure. It hasn't dropped yet, but it does seem interesting. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good list for in terms of potential games to do in the future. And we can always add things and stuff later. But we're definitely starting out with Stardew Expanded because that's what people voted for in my voting. So we can start up a regular playthrough of that I'll just come back to every now and then, and we can do. A lot of these are farming sim games where I can basically chat with you all, but I think it would be fun. I definitely want to potentially look into modding my Minecraft a bit more so it runs a bit smoother. I just have to look up more about modding specifically. Like, I know there are things like there's Optifine and there's Fabric and stuff, and I just got to figure out which one would work really well for me, especially with my computer. So we'll play around with that a little bit more. I am talking to the person who built my computer and hopes to upgrade it a little bit more, so it does have a frame dropping issue that I'm hoping to fix. It doesn't seem like it's done it at all this stream, but then again, I haven't really played games. I've only been opening browsers, so... But yeah, I think that's a pretty good list. So we have things that we can go through. I think unpacking might be kind of a fun little stream to do too. Because I never played it in its entirety. So, and I do own it. So, yeah, I think that's a good list. So that's something that we can potentially pick through later. And then, yeah, I think I'm going to start wrapping up around now because we are hitting the 4-hour mark. And I didn't quite intend to go this long, so I will save that for later in terms of a stream list. And let us find somebody to raid. I was hoping by the time my one IRL friend does a lot of streaming, but it doesn't sound like he is currently available. So we're going to find somebody else to raid. I know I can't... I don't think Foolish's stream is set up to allow raids. So, how do we feel about going to Sneak Snag potentially? I think Sneak might be fun to raid. Yeah, I'll get it set up and I'll get you sent over to Sneak. This was a fun little stream, and then next time we'll do some more games. I'll probably play some next stream is going to be Stardew Valley Expanded. I don't know when that's going to be. Potentially after I'm done work on Friday, or let's say in the evening on Sunday, because that's when I'll have some free time after I'm done gaming with friends. So I think Sunday is a good call. But if I get inspired in between, or if I decide to just have a little bit of a one-off and we play some MCCI, I can do that. So actually, yeah, let's say that. let's say for now, unless anything changes, Stardew Valley expanded on Sunday. Once I'm done gaming with friends in the afternoon, we'll start that up. So it'll probably be around 7, 8 p.m. at night. So it's going to be a bit of a later stream, but we can go for a while then. And if I'm feeling anything in between, I might just boot up and play some expanded, or not expanded, some MCCI, because it has been kind of fun to stream Minecraft. Excuse me, MCCI Island. I think that's been very fun. And that's good to do. It's just like a one-off. Or maybe even, depending on if I'm awake too late, we could do an unpacking stream where we just chill and hang out. It's all up to my stamina, but I do really want to get back into the streaming stuff a little bit more, so this would be a good way to do it. Anyway, let us get you set up to go to Sneak Snag. Let's see. What would be a good raid song? Because I kind of like starting out my streams with playing that creator song and Other Side. Combined, they're about 5 minutes, which is cool. I could do... Yeah, fuck it. We're gonna change it up a little bit. But I'm gonna work on sending you over to Sneak Snag. So if anybody's here, go chill, go hang out. I hope you have a good time. And I'm gonna set it up to go over now. Just gotta get it all set up. There we go. Okay. So I'm gonna send you to Sneak. I hope you all have a good night. And I will see you on Sunday for sure in terms of a stream, unless things change, which I'll keep you updated on my Twitter. And if I feel like streaming in between, then you might see that. But for sure, Stardew Expanded, I'll plan, where any other stream I'll probably just do as a one-off. Yeah, I hope everybody has a good night, and I'm gonna send you off to Sneak Snag. Bye, stay safe, be kind to each other.